Chapter 36. Ning Qi. After Wang Shui opened her eyes, the first person she saw was Ning Qi. Her red lips parted slightly as she called out Ning Qi's name. Your memory has been restored? Ning Qi took a deep breath and tried to look calm. Wang Shui used to call him uncle. She rarely called him brother, let alone calling him by his name. This was how Wang Shui addressed Ning Qi before she died. Wang Shui nodded lightly with a trace of confusion in her eyes. It's like I had a very long dream. It's indeed quite long. Ning Qi sighed. After so many twists and turns, Wang Shui was finally back. For Wang Shui, such an experience was no different from being reborn. When she died, she was only a first-step cultivator. Wang Shui, who later found her in Shenluo world and consumed the purifying spirit flower, became a third-step Dao querying cultivator. But now, Wang Shui had recovered her memories, and because she had swallowed the phoenix reincarnation fruit, she had become a fifth-step imperishable realm cultivator. She was only one step away from the Emperor realm. No one would believe such a tortuous experience. Thank you for everything you've done for me all these years. Wang Shui stood up and walked in front of Ning Qi. She rested her chin on Ning Qi's shoulder, then wrapped her arms around Ning Qi's back and hugged him tightly. Creak, Shui. You're a little too strong now. Be gentler. Ning Qi revealed a wry smile. Wang Shui's gentle hug directly broke a few of his bones. I forgot. Wang Shui let go of her hands in embarrassment, seeing Ning Qi grimacing in pain. She suddenly laughed and said, You weren't like this when you shot Jiangyu with an arrow in the ancestral planet. You were very domineering at that time. You? Ning Qi was startled. Then his expression changed slightly. Wang Shui's memories should have stopped at the day she was slain by Lai Kong, whereas Ning Qi had shot Jiangyu in the homeworld back then when he was still in the immortal realm, and was sent to the homeworld of a long, long time ago by an unknown powerhouse. As for Ning Qi, the fact that she knew what had happened at that time meant that the truth was about to be revealed. Not only have I recovered the memories of this life, but even the memories of my previous lives are faintly visible. The one that left the deepest impression on me is Shengong Shui, or his current life. That's because you are in her memories. Wang Shui smiled. It's no wonder your appearance resembled Shengong Shui, or so much. Back then I thought I'd seen you. Ning Qi sighed. He paused for a moment. Apart from this life, are the memories of the other lives complete? It's not complete. I just borrowed the phoenix reincarnation fruit's effect to forcefully remember some of it. If I want to completely recall my past life in the future, I'm afraid I'll need other spiritual materials. Wang Shui said. Lin Mei was watching from the side, and her heart was inexplicably shocked. Wang Shui's demeanor at the moment was dignified with a trace of fairy qi. It was completely different from her previous naughty and cute image. Lin Mei's heart suddenly became perturbed. Does such a Wang Shui still need me by her side? By the way, there's something I have to tell you. Ning Qi smiled bitterly. Don't tell me you have another woman behind my back. Wang Shui looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Ning Qi nodded calmly and roughly explained what happened after Wang Shui's death. The more Lin Mei listened, the more shocked she was. Wang Shui's expression always had a faint smile, which made Ning Qi feel a little guilty. I didn't expect you to have 2 children. After Wang Shui heard it, the smile on her face disappeared and she sighed softly. She paused. Are they cute? Ning Qi was stunned for a moment. He didn't seem to expect Wang Shui's attention to this aspect. He nodded. Very cute. Then I want to have 3 children with you. No, it's 30. They'll be cuter than Sister Leng Ming's Hao Qian and Buddha. Wang Shui smiled. You don't mind? Ning Qi was stunned. Fool, why would I mind? If it were someone else, he might have a group of wives and concubines, and he wouldn't even remember me. But you, after many years of hard work, let me be reborn. In this life, the next life, no matter how many times I reincarnate, I only have one husband. Unless you don't want me anymore. Wang Shui went back into Ningqi's arms and muttered to herself. This time, her movements were much lighter. Ningqi's eyes softened instantly. The two hugged each other tightly and didn't speak for a long time. After a while, Senior Ning, Shui. Lin Mei's voice suddenly interrupted the two's entanglement. Ningqi and Wang Shui's eyes fell on Lin Mei, which made Lin Mei immediately swallow the words that she was about to say. Sister Lin Mei, why don't you wait here for a while? I want to have a child with my husband. Wang Shui smiled. Lin Mei's cheeks suddenly turned red, and she nodded subconsciously. Shui, about having a child, there's no hurry. Ningqi smiled bitterly. What's wrong? Don't you want to have a child with me? Wang Shui looked at Ningqi bitterly. I'm just divine thought now. Didn't you notice? Ningqi smiled. Well, I heard the sound of your bones breaking just now. I subconsciously thought that your real body was here. Who asked your divine thought to be so similar to your real body? Wang Shui patted her forehead. Divine thought is born from the real body, so it's natural that it's similar. Let's not talk about this now. My creation domain is about to completely integrate with the creation divine domain. During this period, we still have some time to be ahead of others and gather all the heavenly treasures, plunder all the materials and earthly treasures, and when the creation God domain is completely fused with me, all of you will follow me out to fight. Ningqi smiled. Okay, they dared to besiege my husband. I can't wait to go out and suppress them. Wang Shui nodded, and a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Next, Ningqi and Wang Shui split up. They each chose a direction and agreed to return to the entrance of the small courtyard after a certain time. Soon, 3 months had passed. During this period, Ningqi found many Mystic Sun-level spiritual materials. Mystic Sage-level spiritual materials were rare. As for those beyond the Mystic Sage level, such as the Phoenix Reincarnation Fruit and the Qilin Heart, Ningqi only found 3 kinds. When it came to the third type, there were 3 to 5 fruits of each type. It seemed very rare, but in the outside world, even Mystic Sun-level spiritual materials could make 5th step cultivators fight for them, let alone those beyond the Mystic Sage level. Mystic Sage was already something that great emperors had to fight for. Ordinary great emperors were probably not qualified to use spiritual materials beyond the Mystic Sage level. As for the Mystic Void and Mystic Yin spirit materials below the Mystic Sun level, Ningqi didn't see any of them. It was conceivable that there was a reason why the creation divine domain was so highly regarded in ancient times. If I sell all these, how many origin essence stones would they be worth? Chapter 36-37. There are a total of 78 kinds of profound sun, grade heaven, and earth spiritual materials, 12 of which are useful to you. There are a total of 7 kinds of profound sage, grade heaven, and earth spiritual materials, one of which is more suitable to refine innate spirit treasures. You have cultivated the 9 hell treasure refining art. You practice the 9 hell treasure refining technique, and you can use it after you leave this place. As for the spiritual materials above the profound sage level, I know that they can be used to refine a type of pill. We'll talk about it after you leave this place. The silver dragon's voice sounded in Ningqi's ears. I thought the 9 hell treasure refining technique strengthens and improves the grade of the spiritual treasure on the basis of its original foundation. Ningqi was startled. If the spiritual treasure you want to upgrade is of a lower grade, such as the 1st to the 3rd grade, you indeed don't need external items. But your demon refining gourd, although damaged, is still a 7th grade innate spiritual treasure. If you want to restore and improve its grade, you must use external items. Ordinary spiritual treasure masters don't understand this point. After all, what kind of external items are used to upgrade a spiritual treasure is very particular. Those Grandmaster level spiritual treasure masters have their own inheritance and know this point. I see. Then can my profound sun level spiritual material, lunar glazed silver, be compatible with the demon refining gourd? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. It seemed that there was a reason why there were very few Grandmaster level spiritual treasure masters. No matter how talented a person was in this aspect, if they didn't have the corresponding knowledge and didn't know what spiritual material to use to upgrade a spiritual treasure, they would never be able to upgrade. Grandmaster level spiritual treasure masters. Elder Hai Yin said that in the primordial land, those Grandmaster level spiritual treasure masters rarely upgrade high-grade spiritual treasures. It was probably related to the lack of profound sun level spiritual materials. In the creation divine realm, Ning Qi only found one profound sun level spiritual material that could be used to upgrade a spiritual treasure. If it was in the outside world, it would be even more difficult. Although the demon refining gourd of the demon race is considered to be of the fire attribute, in fact, its main material is lunar glazed silver. Moreover, the quality of the lunar glazed silver used in your demon refining gourd is far from comparable to the one you obtained in the creation divine realm. In my era, there was only one 9th grade demon refining gourd among the demon race, and only the quality of it was comparable to the lunar glazed silver you obtained. It seems that I will have to empty the creation divine realm this time. Ning Qi could not help but sigh. The silver dragon sneered, "Empty? You're wrong. The creation divine domain is unimaginably huge. Even if all the cultivators of the divine Luo world were to enter this place, they probably wouldn't be able to deplete the creation divine domain in a short period of time. There are still many treasures in other corners that you don't know about. What you've emptied out now is just a very, very small corner. When the creation divine domain is completely opened, the other domains will open accordingly. When that time comes, if you want to enter a certain domain, you'll need to have a form. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter. Only the other realms will be opened up accordingly. To enter these places, one needed to have the same level of cultivation. Senior Silver Dragon, I don't quite understand. A hint of doubt flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. Where you are now is only the entrance to the creation divine realm. When the creation divine realm is fully opened, there will be all kinds of dangerous areas. These areas are protected by invisible barriers. Some rebirth realm cultivators can enter, and some heavens mandate realm cultivators can enter. Similarly, some areas can only be entered by undying realm cultivators, some by immortal realm cultivators, and the most dangerous area can only be entered by great emperors. Everyone has to pay a huge price to come to this entrance. However, the lower the cultivation, the lesser the price. Therefore, the cultivators who come here usually stop at the 5th step. As for the emperor realm, the price they have to pay to enter is too high. In ancient times, only the most valued geniuses of the sects were qualified to enter this place. I once saw a sect that used 3 generations of accumulated wealth to send the disciple they believed to be the most talented to him. He entered. Silver Dragon said indifferently, 3 generations of accumulated wealth. Ning Qi was a little shocked. A sect that had accumulated wealth for 3 generations. How huge would that be? Senior Silver Dragon, what happened to that disciple? Ning Qi asked. He was lucky and also found a phoenix reincarnation fruit. Since then he has been on a roll and broke through the Emperor realm. Now he is one of the counselors of the Supreme Saint Council. Silver Dragon said, one of the counselors of the Supreme Saint Council. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with horror. Isn't that the 7th step? That's right, so you should know how great the benefits of your creation domain and creation divine domain are. Not only can you come to this entrance at any time, but you can also bring others here. As for how many people you can bring, it depends on how strong your cultivation is. The creation divine domain is slowly opening. There is still a long time, so there is no need to think about this now. The entrance will be fully open soon. At that time, the ancient sects that have the method to enter this place will definitely send their geniuses here. Your priority now is to get out of the current predicament. Otherwise, when the entrance opens, your body will lose its protection and the weakest emperor realm will be able to easily kill you. Silver Dragon said. Then we must hurry up. Ning Qi nodded solemnly. Soon, when he returned to the courtyard, Wang Shui and Lin Mei also rushed over. Ning Qi, I found 20 kinds of mysterious sun-level spiritual materials and 3 kinds of profound sage-level spiritual materials. Wang Shui said happily. As she spoke, she handed the things she found to Ning Qi. Shui, keep them for yourself. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. It's the same for you. Anyway, you will give them to me when I need them. Wang Shui smiled. And mine I found. Just as Lin Mei opened her mouth, Ning Qi interrupted her with a smile. These are your own opportunities. Keep them for yourself. Can I really? Lin Mei was slightly startled and looked at Ning Qi with some hope. Sister Lin Mei, since Ning Qi asked you to keep them, you should keep them. Wang Shui smiled. Thank you, Senior Ning. Lin Mei quickly bowed and thanked him, then looked at Wang Shui. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you accompanying me all these years, I would have been bored to death here. Wang Shui smiled. After a pause, she gently reached out and covered Ning Qi's mouth. Don't apologize. If you come in often to accompany me, I might not be able to recover my memory now. It's rare to see such a considerate girl. Silver Dragon's voice sounded in Ning Qi's ears. Ning Qi nodded subconsciously, then smiled and held Wang Shui's hand. The entrance to the creation divine realm is about to open completely. Are you ready to leave this place? Chapter 30, 638. 9 Dragons, Annihilation. Yin Palm, Annihilation Cannon. Dozens of techniques landed on Ning Qi, including Jiang Wankong, Ouyang Xinyue, Gongsun Wufua, Lin Tao, Senior Sister Cece, and the Southern Border Patriarch. Most of the 4th step and 5th step cultivators kept attacking Ning Qi, but no matter what method they used, they were blocked by a mysterious force outside Ning Qi's body. Not even a strand of Ning Qi's hair was harmed. What's wrong with this kid? The Southern Border Patriarch's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The combined attacks of so many undead realm cultivators, even immortal realm cultivators, and countless Samsara realm experts could not hurt Ning Qi at all. If they could not interrupt Ning Qi's transformation, they would most likely lose the chance to enter the creation sacred realm. Don't waste your energy. The gate of creation is protecting him. We can only suppress him when the gate of creation is fully opened. Perfected Lord Shingang said calmly. Ever since he discovered this, he did not attack Ning Qi anymore, as it would be a waste of energy. It was the same for Shakyamuni Shinkong, but Lin Tao and Senior Sister Cece did not seem to believe that so many people could not suppress Ning Qi, so they kept trying. Perfected Lord Shingang, if this kid continues to transform, will there be a problem in the creation sacred realm? Jiang Wankong said with an ugly expression. Hearing this, everyone stopped attacking Ning Qi and looked at perfected Lord Shingang instead. This was what they were most concerned about. Haha! Even if the great emperors join forces, they won't be able to harm the creation divine realm. Even though I don't know what happened to him, the creation divine realm is the creation divine realm. It won't disappear because of something or someone. Perfected Lord Shingang said with a faint smile. Perfected Lord Shingang, do you think it's possible that the creation divine pearl has merged with him, and he has become our passage to the creation sacred realm? The Southern Border Patriarch suddenly said. Everyone was slightly taken aback, and then their expressions became somewhat solemn. If the Southern Border Patriarch's guess was correct, what form would this passage exist in? Would the person be merged with the passage, leaving only the passage, or would the passage be merged with the person? The difference between the two was huge, so they focused their attention on this question to see how perfected Lord Shingong would answer. Even Sakie Shinkong's expression changed slightly after hearing the Southern Border Patriarch's words, and he looked at perfected cultivator Shingong. I don't know. Perfected cultivator Shingong shook his head with a faint smile. Everyone was stunned, and their expressions became slightly strange. In this situation, they could only wait. Gong Sun Wufua looked at Ning Qi, his eyes filled with murderous intent and hatred. He secretly decided that if Ning Qi did not merge with the passageway of the creation's celestial territory, he would suppress him immediately. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Ning Qi's body suddenly bloomed with a dazzling blue pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. At the same time, a terrifying aura swept out from Ning Qi's body and surged in all directions. Emperor Liu, who was the closest to Ning Qi, was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Furthermore, all of the willow branches that were suppressed by this aura tightly coiled around the tree trunk. One could even vaguely see that the tree trunk was constantly trembling. Let's go! Retreat! Everyone panicked. Thinking that danger was about to befall them, they hurriedly retreated far away. In an instant, except for a dozen or so figures, the rest of the people hid far away from Ning Qi. When they found that there was no danger approaching, they focused their attention on Ning Qi, on the blue pillar of light. At this moment, everyone's eyes were dyed blue as they stared blankly at the scene before them. The Fortune God realm has opened, perfected Lord Shingong muttered. The Fortune Divine realm has opened. Although true Lord Shingong's voice was not loud, everyone heard him clearly. Their faces lit up with excitement as they stared fixedly at Ning Qi. Even the Southern Border's old ancestor was prepared to enter the creation celestial realm at any time. Whoever could enter this ancient legendary place first would definitely be the first to obtain the benefits and opportunities. Time ticked by, but the change that everyone was anticipating did not appear. Instead, the blue pillar of light gradually shrank until it finally disappeared between Ning Qi's eyebrows. At the same time, Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes. He fused the passageway. Impossible. How could a mere heaven's mandate realm cultivator bear the passage to the creation divine realm? Even a great emperor can't do it. Perfected Lord Shingong was stunned. He had thought that after the creation's celestial realm opened, a passageway would appear and he would be able to suppress Ning Qi at the same time. He wanted to see what was so strange about Ning Qi that caused such a change in the creation divine pearl. However, the passageway that he had imagined did not appear at all. Instead, it looked like it had fused with Ning Qi's body. Even though perfected Lord Shingong had lived for countless years and was knowledgeable, he had never heard of such a precedent. Damn it! Hand over the passageway to the creation celestial realm. Southern Border's old ancestor roared and charged towards Ning Qi. Gong Sun Wufua was not slow either. He attacked almost at the same time as Southern Border's old ancestor. However, perfected Lord Shingong did not move. There was still a trace of shock in the depths of his eyes. However, he concealed it well and no one noticed it. Senior Brother Shinkong. Lin Tao subconsciously looked at Shakyamuni Shinkong. If he still did not make a move, Ning Qi would be suppressed by Southern Border's old ancestor and Gong Sun Wufua. Don't be anxious. Shakyamuni Shinkong shook his head calmly. Since perfected Lord Shingong was not in a hurry to make a move, there must be something intriguing behind this. Are you the one who bullied my husband? Die! A silhouette appeared behind Ning Qi. With a grab of his hand, the menacing Gong Sun Wufua was instantly grabbed by the neck. When the patriarch of Southern Border who had come with him saw this, he cried out in alarm. He turned around and scrambled to escape to Shengong Jinjuan's side, feeling bewildered, looking at this scene. Who is she? This woman seems to be an imperishable realm cultivator. Why did she call this man husband? A mere destiny realm cultivator actually has an imperishable realm cultivator as his cultivation companion? Everyone looked at this scene with their mouths agape. All the male cultivators present looked at Ning-Chi with a strange expression. There was jealousy, envy, shock, and a hint of admiration. Who are you? Gongsun Wufua's face alternated between green and white. He felt like he was about to suffocate as he struggled to spit out these few words. Not only was his neck tightly gripped by Wang Shui, but his primordial spirit was also in her grasp. Gongsun Wufua could not resist at all in Wang Shui's hands. This was how an imperishable realm cultivator crushed an undead realm cultivator. You don't have the right to know. Wang Shui snorted coldly and exerted a little force in her palm. Gongsun Wufua did not even have time to scream before he exploded into a cloud of blood mist with a bang. Chapter 30, 639. Ning-Chi, this person's immortal palace, is indeed stable. I only managed to injure him, but not completely destroy it. Wang Shui said with some disappointment. Ning-Chi chuckled and said, He's a sempiternal realm expert. It's already impressive that you were able to inflict severe damage to his immortal palace. Once he regains his physical body, his cultivation will surely fall. At that time, he might be able to escape, but he won't be able to escape from his temple. When Wang Shui heard the words, she smiled and nodded. That's right. When he regains his physical body, we will kill him again. At the same time, Lin Mei's figure also emerged next to Wang Shui. Lin Mei was just an undead cultivator, so her appearance did not shock everyone too much. However, it made the male cultivators present look at Ning-Chi with a little more admiration. Fortunately, I retreated quickly. The southern border old ancestor had some lingering fear. A kind of joy of escaping from death rose in his heart. If the opponent had attacked him just now, he would have been dead by now. It would have been one thing if he had been an ordinary sempiternal realm cultivator, but given his current lifespan and the state of his body, it was likely that he would not be able to regrow his physical body after dying once. In that case, he would have no choice but to return to the myriad worlds of reincarnation and reincarnate. Perhaps it was the word monk in Ning-Chi's words that stimulated Sakya Shinkong. Perhaps it was the appearance of Wang Shui that made Sakya Shinkong feel that the situation in front of him was somewhat out of control. Or perhaps it was the delayed appearance of the gate of good fortune that made Sakya Shinkong feel that something was amiss. Entering the creation's celestial realm had become a very difficult task. He slowly looked at True Lord Shingong. True Lord, stop this woman. I will suppress this young man. If the gate of creation is in his body, I will personally take it out. The myriad Buddha temple is indeed not easy to deal with. When everyone heard Sakya Shinkong's words, they could not help but feel a slight chill in their hearts. Sure, perfected cultivator Shingong nodded lightly and looked down at the black leopard. Here it comes again. You have to move faster. This demonic willow is extraordinarily strong. The black leopard stood up lazily, then immediately turned into a black lightning and launched an attack on Lu Huang once again. Lu Huang was originally a little scared by the aura on Ning-Chi's body. Even the fluctuation of Wang Shui's attack couldn't make him come back to his senses. This time, the Black Panther directly launched an attack against it. Lu Huang instinctively responded to the attack. After the black leopard moved, perfected cultivator Shingong also disappeared. Wang Shui also disappeared with him. Sister Lin Mei, protect Ning-Chi. Wang Shui's voice exploded in Lin Mei's ear. Lin Mei immediately nodded and stood in front of Ning-Chi with a solemn expression. She stared at Sakya Shinkong. She already knew that almost all the undead realm and immortal realm cultivators here were Ning-Chi's enemies. Sakya Shinkong's Qilin Mei's hair stood on end. She wasn't sure if she could stop him, but she knew that she couldn't retreat. She couldn't retreat. Rumble, thunder rumbled in the sky, accompanied by occasional flashes of lightning. Everyone knew that this was the battlefield of Shengong Tru, Lord, and Wang Shui. The two of them had set up a restrictive spell, so no one could see what was happening inside. This woman's cultivation is so terrifying. Jiang Wankong and Ouyingshi looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They were thinking that if this woman had appeared when Ning Qi was at the Heavenly Grandmother sect, the two of them would probably have ended up like Gong Sun Wufua. The two of them had long heard of perfected cultivator Shingong's strength. Among the ordinary undead realm cultivators, perfected cultivator Shingong was considered one of the top ones. Even if he encountered a great emperor's follower of the same level, he wouldn't be much weaker. Wang Shui was able to fight him without showing any signs of losing, which indirectly proved how powerful she was. This person was probably ranked first among the undead realm cultivators. Now, there's only a middle stage undead realm cultivator protecting you. How many moves do you think she can take from me? Sakya Shinkong looked at Ning Qi, put his palms together and smiled. Your cultivation in Buddhism is not enough. I've seen an eminent monk. Although his cultivation is not as high as yours, his temperament is much better than yours. Ning Qi shook his head and didn't answer Sakya Shinkong's words. Instead, he began to criticize Sakya Shinkong's Buddhism cultivation in front of everyone. Sakya Shinkong was slightly taken aback. Then his face turned cold. How can an ordinary person like you understand the cultivation techniques of Buddhism? I was wrong to advise you to repent. You've already become a demon. Even if you repent, it'll be a boundless ocean of blood. Senior Brother Shinkong, don't waste your breath on him. Hurry up and suppress him. Lin Tao couldn't help but say. Jiang Wankong and the others were also waiting for Sakya Shinkong to make a move. The reason why they didn't make a move was not because they were afraid of Lin Mei, but because they were afraid of Wang Shui. It was difficult to fully understand the means of an imperishable realm expert without reaching this level. They weren't sure if Wang Shui would find the time to kill them, like how she did to Gong San Wufua. Only Sakya Shinkong and the other sempiternal realm experts were afraid. After all, no matter how strong an imperishable realm expert was, they couldn't possibly kill an imperishable realm expert in an instant while being restrained by someone of the same level. Sakya Shinkong glanced at Lin Tao indifferently. Although his eyes didn't reveal anything, it made Lin Tao feel like he was suffocating. His face immediately paled. Junior Brother Lin Tao, don't interrupt when I'm talking next time. Sakya Shinkong smiled. I understand. Lin Tao nodded with an ugly expression. The pressure he felt disappeared in an instant, and a layer of cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead and back. Sakya Shinkong looked at Ning Qi again and smiled. Benefactor Ning, are you going to hand over the gate of fortune yourself? Or do you want me to do it? If you want to make a move on Senior Ning, you'll have to get past me first. Lin Mei braced herself and said. She had been in the Tao querying realm before, but she had advanced to the undying realm in the blink of an eye. She hadn't adjusted her mentality yet, and it would be a lie to say that she wasn't afraid in the face of so many undying realm and sempiternal realm experts. But there was nothing she could do even if she was afraid. You can't stop me. Sakya Shinkong suddenly pinched his thumb and middle finger, then flicked his finger at Lin Mei. A majestic aura instantly struck Lin Mei's body. Lin Mei flew backwards like a cannonball, piercing through a dozen mountain ranges before landing heavily on the ground. Lin Mei fell to the ground. Lin Mei had lost her first battle after advancing to the Undying Realm. At the same time, a system notification suddenly sounded in Ning Qi's ears. System update complete. 99% of functions unlocked. Detected that the host is in a crisis of death. Recommended to use the system's new function, fate changing. The host will use 100 ancient years of lifespan in exchange for 2 hours of strength above the imperishable realm and below the emperor realm. This lifespan is based on the Shenluo realm. The host's lifespan in the Shenluo realm is 110 ancient years. In the immortal world, immortal emperors are immortal. You're saying that my lifespan in the Shenluo realm is only 100 ancient years? How long has it been since the update? You're still such a scammer. It's 110 ancient years. The system corrected. Chapter 3640. Confirming that the host agrees to use the new function, fate changing. The host will consume 100 ancient health points. With the sound of the system's prompt, Ning Qi's body suddenly tightened. At this moment, he felt as if something had been taken away from his body. This feeling of emptiness didn't last long. The next moment, another majestic power poured in. It instantly filled the emptiness, making Ning Qi feel full. So strong, Ning Qi's eyes flashed. This strength was countless times stronger than when he was at his peak, even after he had opened the 9 inner hidden gates. He felt that as long as he moved a finger, he could easily roll over his previous self. What's going on? Many people were paying attention to Ning Qi's situation. When they discovered that Ning Qi's aura had undergone a huge change in an instant, their faces showed a trace of surprise. If Ning Qi used a secret technique to increase his strength in a short period of time, everyone could understand. However, Ning Qi's current aura compared to before was like the difference between an ant and a dragon. It couldn't even be measured by an elephant. This difference was like 2 different people. Ning Qi stretched out his hand and grabbed into the distance. Lin Mei suddenly appeared by his side. She still looked a little embarrassed, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, she looked at Ning Qi with an inexplicable expression. Senior Ning Yu? Lin Mei felt an aura from Ning Qi that was much stronger than Wang Shui's. There was a storm in her heart. She finally confirmed that her guess was correct. Ning Qi must have hidden his strength. She didn't believe that she and Wang Shui had broken through to the 5th step. Wang Shui had broken through to the 5th step, but Ning Qi was still stuck at the 4th step. How could this be? The change in Ning Qi's aura was noticed by Black Leopard and Lu Huang. However, the 2 were fighting fiercely and couldn't pay attention to this matter. Only Black Leopard's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. Devil, what kind of secret technique did you use? Shakyamuni Shinkong stepped on a lotus and walked toward Ning Qi with a holy face. It gave people a feeling that he was about to use Buddhism to purify all the sins in the world. However, when Ning Qi's aura suddenly increased countless times, Shakyamuni Shinkong stopped and no longer moved forward. He frowned and stared at Ning Qi. Finally, he couldn't help but ask. He found that an emotion that hadn't appeared for many years arose in his heart, panic. Many years ago, when Shakyamuni Shinkong was still a child, he was brought to the Myriad Buddha temple by an old monk. That day, he panicked and was afraid of everything he saw. In the end, he gradually calmed down while reading Buddhist scriptures. As a young man, Shakyamuni Shinkong rose to prominence. His Buddhist cultivation became more and more profound, and his status rose step by step. Many years later, Shakyamuni Shinkong reached the 5th step of the Undying Realm. At that time, he was already known as the little abbot of the Myriad Buddha Temple. After a few more years, Shakyamuni Shinkong became the youngest sempiternal realm expert in the land of absolute beginning. No matter how deep the relationship between the senior brothers and junior brothers was, there was a trace of jealousy in the depths of their eyes when they looked at him. Sakye Shinkong didn't mind. He was calm with a smile on his face, accepting all the praise. His only goal was to ascend to the immortal emperor realm. If it was possible, he wanted to lead the Myriad Buddha Temple to the supreme ancient immortal realms. He had laid a foundation for the Buddhist temple. Wait a minute, why am I thinking about this? Shakyamuni Shinkong suddenly woke up. The confusion in his eyes instantly disappeared, and he looked at Ning Qi with shock and anger. At this moment, Ning Qi was smiling and holding a flower in his hand. I've said it before. Your Buddhist cultivation is lacking. You have a bald head, but you're not a Buddhist, Almighty. Ning Qi smiled faintly and flicked his finger. Bang! Shakyamuni Shinkong didn't have any strength to fight back. His body exploded on the spot. His moon-white monk robe, which seemed to be a high-grade spiritual treasure, turned into ashes. His shiny bald head didn't even have time to show any emotions before it turned into ashes. His golden body was as weak as tofu under this indestructible force. Similarly, it turned into ashes. Grandmaster. Some cultivators who respected the myriad Buddha temple couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Shakyamuni Shinkong's body shattering in a single move. Grandmaster? I've said it before. A bald person isn't necessarily a monk. Sometimes he can be bald. Shakyamuni Shinkong is just bald. Ning Qi looked at the person who exclaimed. Without waiting for him to speak with a thought, that person exploded on the spot, just like Shakyamuni Shinkong. At the same time, a few cultivators who were closer to him were also killed. They were all Samsara realm experts. But in front of Ning Qi, they couldn't even withstand a single thought from him. It's your turn now. Ning Qi looked at Lin Tao and senior sister Cece and smiled. Previously, I was too merciful and didn't do anything to you. I didn't expect you to be so persistent and chase me all the way here. Wait a minute. Senior sister Cece's eyes finally revealed a trace of panic. Even a sempiternal realm expert, like Shakyamuni Shinkong, was defeated by Ning Qi in a single move. She didn't have any means to escape from Ning Qi. Let's not wait any longer. Ning Qi smiled. Bang! Senior sister Cece's body exploded into a mist of blood on the spot. But Ning Qi's attack didn't stop there. When senior sister Cece's body turned into a mist of blood, Ning Qi sent out another palm strike. This palm strike followed a non-existent line in the void and disappeared. In less than half a breath's time, an incomparably huge immortal palace suddenly appeared in the void. This immortal palace's extravagance and size was comparable to Ning Qi's prison suppressing immortal palace. Even the immortal palace couldn't compare. No. The primordial spirit inside the immortal palace seemed to sense something and let out a scream of despair. Then, with a bang, the immortal palace was crushed by an invisible hand. Thump. Lin Tao's legs turned to jelly and he knelt on the ground. His face was pale and there was a trace of tears in his eyes. He wasn't sad for senior sister Cece's death, but purely out of fear. The destruction of a cultivator's body was already an extremely tragic loss. But now, not only was senior sister Cece's body destroyed, even her immortal palace was destroyed. To a cultivator, this was already a complete death. In the future, who could guarantee that they would be able to recall their past life after reincarnation? Even a great emperor didn't have such confidence. Not only was Lin Tao afraid, but even Jiang Wankong, Ouyang Xinyue, the patriarch of Southern Border, and the other fifth step and fourth step cultivators present felt a trace of fear. It's your turn now. Ning Qi looked at Lin Tao. Don't kill me. My master is. Chapter 36:41. Go. Jiang Wankong bellowed, turned around, and fled. Even without his reminder, Ouyang Xinyue was very clear about the situation in front of her. If they didn't escape now, they would definitely be killed by Ning Qi, and they might not even be able to keep the immortal palace. The reason why Ning Qi did not destroy Sakya Shinkong's immortal palace was because the other party was a sempiternal realm expert while they were only in the undying realm. Ning Qi might have the means to destroy their immortal palace. Right now, true Lord Shingon was being pinned down by that female cultivator. Black Leopard was also locked in battle with Emperor Liu. Or rather, he was being suppressed by Emperor Liu. He could only defend, and the number of times he attacked was pitifully low. Right now, there was no one who could protect Ouyang Xinyue and the others. If he did not escape, he would end up like Sakyamuni Shinkong. Stay here. The corners of Ning Qi's mouth lifted slightly, using the lifespan of 100 ancient god Luo realms in exchange for strength. If he didn't kill a few more enemies, wouldn't it be a waste? Even if they couldn't completely kill these two undead realm existences, at the very least, they would be able to damage their origin, making it impossible for them to advance any further in a short period of time. Even if they could maintain their current cultivation, it would depend on whether their luck was good enough or not. As soon as Ning Qi finished speaking, Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xinyue's fleeing figures froze in midair. Then, with a bang, both of them turned into a cloud of blood mist. Both of them had already tempered at least 10% of their golden bodies. Their bodies exploded into a bloody mist. Although their momentum was not as great as Shakyamuni's, it was still much better than Lin Tao's. They were like two balls of bloody fireworks that bloomed in the sky. After killing the two, Ning Qi did not stop. Instead, he tried to grab their immortal palaces from the void. However, both of them were in the Undying Realm, which was different from the Rebirth Realm. The Immortal Palace was hidden deeper. If Ning Qi's control over his power had reached an extremely perfect state, or if the power in his body had completely belonged to him and not to the system, he might have been able to easily grab the two's immortal palaces. But right now, he could only injure their immortal palaces. He couldn't kill them completely like he did with Lin Tao and senior sister Cece. As a trace of power entered the void, two screams of undulating pain immediately came from the void. Then, everything returned to silence. When everyone present saw this, they immediately knew that Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xinyue's immortal palaces had probably been destroyed by Ning Qi. He was injured, with their golden bodies destroyed and their immortal palaces damaged. Even if the two of them were to reform their physical bodies, their combat strength would probably fall to second rate, just like a rebirth realm cultivator. If they wanted to restore their undead realm combat strength, they wouldn't be able to do so without the support of profound sun-grade heaven and earth spiritual materials. Fate was probably already extremely difficult. It could be said that these two heavenly geniuses, who were unreachable in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, had already completely fallen and faded into the masses. Regardless of whether it was the immortal realm cultivators, the undead realm cultivators, or the fourth step cultivators, all of them looked at Ning Qi with a hint of horror in their eyes. The fate of Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xinyue had already told them that it was no different from a fool's talk if they wanted to escape in front of Ning Qi. They could only hope that they and Shingang Jinjuan could suppress Wang Shui as soon as possible and join hands with Black Leopard to fight against Ning Qi. Perhaps that was the only way to survive. The head disciple of the Imperial Sea Wind Saber sect. Ning Qi's gaze fell on Li Wuhai. Here it comes. Everyone looked at Li Wuhai with trepidation, a trace of sympathy in their eyes. Ning Qi was now dealing with Li Wuhai, and after Li Wuhai died, he would probably start dealing with them immediately. This feeling of sitting and waiting for others to judge them was simply terrifying. Crazy! That's right. Li Wuhai took a deep breath, straightened his back, and looked at Ning Qi without a trace of fear in his eyes. Come on, let me see how strong the head disciple of the Imperial Sea Wind Saber sect is. Ning Qi said with a smile, Many thanks. Li Wuhai was slightly startled, and his expression became uncertain. Then he reacted and thanked Ning Qi. Without waiting for everyone to come back to their senses, Li Wuhai had already taken out the long saber on his back and slashed at Ning Qi. This saber was ordinary and did not seem to carry the slightest power. It was such an ordinary saber, but when it was about to approach Ning Qi, it erupted with an extremely terrifying aura, causing the undead realm cultivators who were at the same level as him to feel a sense of pressure on their chests. It was a feeling that their chests were pressed down by a huge rock, making them unable to breathe. Saber Dao Grandmaster. Li Wuhai's saber technique is probably one of the best in the Imperial Sea Wind Saber sect. Some of the patriarchs who have lived for God knows how many years might not have a deeper understanding of the saber Dao than Li Wuhai. Some of the cultivators who were quite familiar with this path had a trace of shock in their eyes and could not help but let out a sigh in their hearts. The next moment, Li Wuhai's saber momentum suddenly stopped, as if time had stopped, and his saber could no longer slash down. The corner of Li Wuhai's mouth curled up slightly, and then, together with his saber momentum, his body disappeared into the air, where Li Wuhai originally stood. Except for 2 footprints and an interspatial ring, there was nothing left. Picking up the interspatial rings scattered on the ground, Ningqi casually threw them into the space bag, and then his eyes fell on the patriarch of the southern border. Some of the most famous people in this hunt were basically all dead. Whether it was Sakia Shinkong, Gongsun Wufua, Jiang Wankong, or Ouyang Xinhua, all of them had their physical bodies destroyed. Little brother, give me a chance. My physical body cannot die again. The patriarch of the southern border looked at Ningqi and stammered. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Ningqi smiled faintly. My lifespan is coming to an end. Why do you have to entangle yourself with someone like me who is about to die? I just want to live. Bang! Ningqi retracted his fist, looked at the blood mist that the patriarch of the southern border had turned into, and said indifferently, Who doesn't want to live? If one could do anything just to survive, then one should be prepared to face failure directly and not wait for failure to know regret. By then, what would be the use of regret? Apart from the occasional commotion from the battle of perfected Lord Shingon and the others, all the cultivators present were frightened and did not dare to make a sound. Among these cultivators were the elders of the various first-rate forces in the absolute beginning land. The elites of the top forces, the top disciples, or cultivators from other realms. They were cultivators of similar status and cultivation levels from other realms. Any one of them was a figure who could summon wind and rain in a certain place, but now, facing Ningqi, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Forget it. Ningqi swept his gaze across the crowd and sighed softly. Everyone was slightly stunned, but then they were overjoyed. They thought that Ningqi did not intend to kill anymore after killing so many people. Otherwise, the cultivators present had complicated forces behind them. If they offended all of them, even an eternal realm cultivator would have a hard time moving forward. All of you can go together. Chapter 3642. He's trying to kill us all. Shakyamuni Shinkong is right. This kid is a demon. Isn't that obvious? If dark cultivators aren't demons, why does the Supreme Saint Council want to kill them? It's because they're cruel. Even those demonic sects aren't as bad as them. Let's all escape together. If we can escape, we'll be lucky. A cultivator suddenly shouted. When everyone heard this, they subconsciously looked at each other. Then they immediately scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Every cultivator was hoping that they could escape from the dense fog forest, while Ningqi was dealing with the others. After Panga died, every beat of his heart could cause the world to face an apocalypse, killing all living beings. My current strength might not be weaker than Panga's at that time. Ningqi slowly closed his eyes and felt the power in his body. A few breaths later, some cultivators were about to escape the fog forest. Their faces were filled with joy, but at this moment, they suddenly heard a muffled sound. Bang! It was like the sound of a heartbeat. This muffled sound was like a demonic sound penetrating into their ears and penetrating into the depths of their souls. Then, everyone exploded on the spot. Clouds of blood, mist bloomed in the air like beautiful fireworks. The only thing left were the ownerless interspatial rings. These rings seemed to have a mind of their own as they flew towards Ningqi. Some of the owners of these rings were rebirth realm cultivators, some were imperishable realm cultivators, and some were even immortal realm cultivators. These cultivators had all died while Ningqi's heart was beating. And if the things they left behind were converted into essence, if the things they left behind were converted into essence chi, it could reach trillions. Killing and robbing is indeed the fastest way to earn money in this world. Ningqi smiled, and his gaze fell on the Black Panther. Just now, the Black Panther was also included in Ningqi's attack range. The Black Panther, which had been bitterly resisting in front of Lu Huang and had very few chances to fight back, was once again heavily injured by Ning Qi. It had completely lost the ability to fight back. Its incomparably large body was tightly bound by Lu Huang's branches. Ning Qi could see that the power within the Black Panther's body was being absorbed by these branches and replenished into Lu Huang's body. The willow branches that Lu Huang had previously broken were using the power within the Black Panther's body to speed up their growth. In less than 10 breaths of time, at least 1,000 willow branches had grown. Branches! Shingongpao, are you done? I'm about to die. The black leopard suddenly let out a long howl toward the sky. Its face was filled with fear. Not only was it being suppressed by Emperor Lu, but if Shengong did not lend a hand, it would be sucked dry by Emperor Lu. Aside from that, Ning Qi was also glaring at it from the side. The Black Panther felt that today's situation was the most dangerous it had ever experienced in its life. It was so dangerous that he might be thrown back into the myriad world samsara to be reincarnated. Shingongpao. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. Before he could react, Shengong Jinjuan and Wang Shui seemed to have decided the winner. Both of them retreated together. Wang Shui returned to Ning Qi's side, while Shengong Jinjuan rushed to Emperor Lu, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he wanted to rescue the black leopard. Ning Qi took the opportunity to look at perfected cultivator Shengong's attributes, and his expression became slightly strange. I won, Wang Shui said proudly to Ning Qi. She also had some injuries on her body, but perfected cultivator Shengong was clearly in a much worse state than her. I know. I reckon that, apart from the great emperor, there are very few people in Shenluo world who can be your opponent. Ning Qi smiled at Wang Shui. But Senior Ning is stronger. Lin Mei looked at Ning Qi with admiration. Wang Shui had long noticed the change in Ning Qi's aura. However, it was obviously not the time to ask about this. She looked at perfected cultivator Shengong, who was fighting with Emperor Lu, and said to Ning Qi, "Aren't you going to take him down?" That was my original plan. However, I will tell you in detail after this. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. He looked at Emperor Lu and suddenly said, "Brother Lu, let them go." Perfected cultivator Shengong was stunned for a moment. The black leopard also looked at Ning Qi subconsciously. Then, in the eyes of everyone, Emperor Lu, who seemed to have extremely low intelligence, seemed to have understood Ning Qi's words, and his movements became sluggish. Perfected cultivator Shengong's reaction was extremely fast. While Emperor Lu was stunned, he directly grabbed the black leopard and left. Before he left, he took a deep look at Ning Qi. Ning Qi could see a trace of uncertainty in the depths of his eyes. Perfected cultivator Shengong seemed to be puzzled as to why Ning Qi would let them go. After all, the Dark Parliament had been eliminated by the Holy Parliament for many years. When cultivators from both sides met, they would basically treat each other as if they had killed their parents. They would not rest until one party was dead. The battle in the Mist Forest had ended with perfected cultivator Shengong and the black leopard's escape. Now, only Ning Qi, Wang Shui, Lin Mei, and Emperor Lu, whose willow branches were swaying with the wind, were left. Brother Lu, you have lived for so many years. There is no reason for you to be like them, with no intelligence at all. Did you understand what I said just now? Ning Qi smiled at Emperor Lu. After a moment of silence, Emperor Lu's willow branches suddenly swayed a few times, like a human nodding. As expected, you understand. The smile in Ning Qi's eyes deepened. This time, I borrowed your power to stop them. You can be considered to have done me a favor. I will return you an opportunity. Let's call it even. How about that? Emperor Lu was silent for a few breaths. Suddenly, he used the willow branches to write on the ground. The opportunity you mentioned is the creation god realm. Did you obtain your sudden increase in cultivation from the creation divine realm? More or less. Can you really send me in? I should be able to. I should at least try, right? Sure, do it. After a simple exchange, Emperor Lu seemed to have believed Ningqi's words. Ningqi walked in front of Willow Sovereign and gently pressed his hand on the trunk of the tree. After a few breaths of time, Willow Sovereign's massive body suddenly disappeared from where it stood. All that was left in its place was an incomparably deep pit, as well as some ravines. This huge demon willow had existed here before Creation God Realm. In the open space in front of the courtyard, a huge figure suddenly appeared. It was Emperor Lu, who was sent into the Creation God Realm by Ningqi. As soon as it landed, its countless roots sank deep into the ground. Sure enough, sending people into the Creation God Realm only counts the individual. No matter how big the individual is, it is only a unit. Ningqi secretly calculated and came to a conclusion. With his current strength, he should be able to send 3 more individuals into the Creation God Realm. After that, he would have to rest for a period of time. If it were those sects that controlled the passage, they would probably have to pay a huge price. They would have to pay a huge price to send an existence like Emperor Lu into the Creation God Realm. Chapter 3643. About half a day after Ningqi and the others left, a hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the dense fog forest. 3 eyeballs appeared inside, constantly scanning the area below. The Gate of Fortune is gone. The rats sent by the Dark Parliament are quite strong. Forget it! Even if they control the passage, they won't be able to send many people into the divine realm of fortune. If there's a chance in the future, we'll take back the passage. I'll go treat my injuries first. The 2 of you are slightly injured. Go and report this to the representative. Why us? You want to go with us? We originally planned to kill the cultivators of the Dark Parliament, but not only did we fail, they even took the bait. If the representative wants to punish us, do you think you can escape? Then let's go together. The hole in the void gradually disappeared, and peace returned to the dense fog forest. Only the cultivators waiting in the small town outside the forest still didn't know what happened in the dense fog forest. They could only hear the occasional movement. They could only judge the situation from the occasional movement. After waiting for over 10 days, some cultivators finally couldn't hold it in any longer and mustered up the courage to enter the misty forest. In the end, all they saw was a scene of desolation. As for the legendary divine domain of creation, not even a strand of hair could be seen. I can finally leave the land of absolute beginning. Ningqi let out a sigh. He used the cultivation temporarily lent to him by the system to escape to the most remote town in the land of absolute beginning in a very short period of time. This place hadn't received any notice from the Supreme Sacred Parliament, so the teleportation array was still usable. It was enough. As for the positioning effect of the Heavenly Cycle River Mountain diagram, it should have lost its effect. Otherwise, there would have been people chasing after him. The 3 of them looked at each other and walked into the teleportation array. Not long after, they reappeared on the land of Tai Li. Ningqi didn't bring Wang Shui and Lin Mei to the ancient Star Pavilion, nor did he bring them to the headquarters of the Dark Parliament. Instead, he brought them to a small town where the strongest cultivator was at the 4th step of the rebirth state. Ningqi, are you still planning to return to the headquarters of the Dark Parliament? This time, you risked your life for them, but they didn't send any reinforcements. You were chased by those people from the absolute beginning land. You almost died there. Wang Shui and Ningqi sat together in the yard, basking in the warm sun. Lin Mei was like a maid, standing behind Wang Shui and occasionally adding tea to the teacups in front of them. Not for now. Ningqi smiled and shook his head. The Gate of Fortune has fused with me. If I return, and I can't hand over the Fortune Divine Bead, when they find out what happened in the Misty Forest, I'm afraid the Dark Parliament's counselors won't be able to stop themselves from dissecting me. Going back is no different from courting death. Senior Ning, maybe they can't find us? Lin Mei's eyes flickered as she suddenly spoke. That's a possibility. Most of the cultivators who were present are dead. At least one of them was a spy from the Covenant of Darkness. I killed him along with the Immortal Palace. However, I can't guarantee that the great emperors of the Covenant of Darkness didn't notice that. Ningqi nodded. At that time, he killed the spy of the Covenant of Darkness because he didn't want them to reveal the matter of him fusing with the Fortune Divine Bead. Although Ningqi trusted True Soul, the Secretary General, the Blood Tier Commander, and the other dark cultivators, he didn't trust the true upper echelons of the Dark Parliament, the counselors. If they knew about this, it was possible that after finding out the truth, they would kill him. If they knew about this, they might use Ningqi as a tool to send people to the divine realm of fortune. Therefore, Ningqi wouldn't contact the Covenant of Darkness if he wasn't 100% sure. Similarly, he wouldn't return to the immemorial Star Pavilion because there were spies from the Covenant of Darkness there. I think this place is good. We can hide here to cultivate and have a few children. As long as we keep a low profile, no one will be able to find us. Even if they find us, as long as it's not a great emperor, I can make sure they won't be able to return. Husband, is that okay? Wang Shui looked at Ningqi with anticipation and used a coquettish tone. We can't stay here for long. Ningqi shook his head. Then where are we going? Wang Shui asked. Immemorial. Ningqi smiled. Hao Jian and Jian, they might all be in the immemorial land. Although this was just a guess, the possibility was high. He had been in Shenluo world for so long, but there was no news of Jian Shilai and Ning Haoyan. This was very abnormal, unless they were extremely far away from Tai Li and Tai Chu. Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off now, Wang Shui quickly said. It's not the time yet. Ningqi smiled. My current strength is too low. It will be difficult for me to make any progress in the immemorial land, and there might even be danger. Therefore, we should at least wait until I break through to the rebirth realm or even the undying realm before we set off. I can't return to the Dark Parliament right now. Oh, before you break through, there's something I think we should do. Wang Shui seemed to be full of confidence in Ningqi and felt that Ningqi would definitely break through. Therefore, she smiled and pulled Ningqi towards the house in the distance. Seeing this, Lin Mei's cheeks immediately turned red. The next day, Ningqi got up from the bed and felt that his arms and legs were sore. Thinking of last night, Ningqi couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Wang Shui was an undying realm cultivator, and her golden body had been tempered to the skull. Although Ningqi's physical body was strong, he was only at the complete heavens mandate realm. Only his right arm was golden. Therefore, when he opened the 9 inner hidden gates to fight against Wang Shui, he felt that it was very difficult. Ningqi, who used to treat meditation as sleep, really had a good night's sleep last night. Ningqi glanced at Wang Shui, who was sleeping soundly, and muttered to himself, I have to improve my strength quickly, otherwise, I'm not strong enough. System, has the top cultivation training ground been opened? The training ground has been renamed to the Divine Realm of Creation Training Ground. Oh, whatever, send me in first. I'll study it properly once I'm inside. Swoosh. Ningqi's figure disappeared from the room. Wang Shui suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the place where Ningqi disappeared with a faint smile. I'm not strong enough. It seems that I have to be more passive tonight. This is the Divine Realm of Creation Training Ground? Ningqi stood in front of the courtyard and looked at Emperor Liu, who was not far away. His expression was a little complicated. At the same time, Emperor Liu seemed to have noticed Ningqi's arrival. He swayed his willow branches as if to express his gratitude to Ningqi. Yes, but only within a radius of 500 miles can be considered a training ground. The flow of time in other places is still the same as the outside world. Chapter 3644. The flow of time in the creation celestial realm is 11,000 times faster than the outside world. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with astonishment. The first thing he understood was the most important function of the training ground. Without the top-notch training ground, Ning Qi might not even have been able to reach the Tao querying realm. Unexpectedly, after the system update, the flow of time in the training ground had increased by nearly 3 times. This was equivalent to spending 1,000 years in the creation celestial realm, and only 1 year had passed in the outside world. In the past, he had spent 360 days in the training ground. 15 days was equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. This is a good upgrade. Ning Qi could not help but nod, following which he looked at the other functions. The second new function that Ning Qi looked at was fate changing. However, this function was grayed out and could not be used now. System, can fate changing not be used at any time? This is a backup function. Under normal circumstances, the system does not recommend the host to use it. It consumes a huge amount of life force. If the host's lifespan is insufficient and you forcefully activate it, the price will be the host's life. Therefore, the system will only activate this function temporarily when the host is in a life-threatening situation. As for whether or not to use it, it is up to the host. Understood. Ning Qi nodded. This time, he had used up 100 years of lifespan. He felt that he could only sense it when his lifespan was being extracted. After that, he was no different from an ordinary person. This was probably related to the remaining 10 years of lifespan, an ancient 13 eras, 10 years of lifespan for mortals. To mortals, this was already a very long time. Even cultivators would not dare to say that this was a short time. System, let me see the changes in the dragon slaying mall. I have more than 80 billion merit points now. Why is there no appearance of a billion club, like before? Where's the merit tower? Why is it gone? During the time the system was updated, Ning Qi had killed a good number of Samsara stage cultivators. Additionally, he had even killed an immortal stage cultivator in the Misty Forest. Due to that, he had accumulated a high number of contribution points. However, Ning Qi discovered that the original contribution points tower was the extra functions have been merged. The extra functions have been merged. The system notification sounded. Very soon, Ning Qi saw the current dragon slaying mall. He could not conceal the shock on his face. This was because he saw spiritual treasures, spiritual materials, and other things that could only be bought in the clubs of the past. Spiritual treasures ranged from 1st grade to 9th grade, and spiritual materials from profound void to profound sage. Each grade could be subdivided into 1 to 2,000 kinds. More than 10,000 kinds of spiritual materials were openly sold in the dragon slaying mall. Demon purification pot. Ning Qi saw the demon purification gourd in the list of spirit treasures. It was an 8th grade demon purification gourd, priced at 200 billion merit points. With Ning Qi's current net worth, he could probably only afford the handle of the gourd. Grade 9 numinous treasure, 100 ghosts parade in the night, priced at 1 trillion merit points. It can summon a random, indestructible realm evil spirit from among 100 ghosts to help it in battle. The stronger one's strength is, the stronger the summoned evil spirit will be. When 100 ghosts are gathered, it can transform into an avatar. Emperor realm evil spirit. Emperor level malevolent ghost. Ning Qi sighed and retracted his gaze. Among the dazzling array of goods, there were some that he could not afford, some that he could not afford, and some that he could not afford. He could only skip over them. When he had enough merit points in the future, he would definitely choose one of these 9th grade, primordial, spiritual treasures. The one most suitable for him. Wait. System, I have a lot of spiritual materials on hand, ranging from profound sun, profound sage, and profound sage. Can I sell them to you? Ning Qi's eyes suddenly lit up. Among these spiritual materials, there were not many that he could use. Qilin mental calculation, lunar glazed silver, and the other 3 spiritual materials above profound sage. He planned to keep them. Even if he could not use them for the time being, Ning Qi would not sell them. He only wanted to see if the system would buy them back. If he could sell these spiritual materials for merit points, he might be able to use the 9th grade innate spiritual treasure in advance. The system's purchase price is 1/3 of the market price. The system notification sounded. 1/3? You might as well rob me. Ning Qi frowned slightly. If I sell you all 13 Qilin hearts, how much can you pay? Qilin hearts are spiritual materials above profound sage. The system's purchase price is 300 billion merit points. 300 billion for one. All of them. Even in the Qilin clan, there were not many spiritual materials above profound sage left. Now, the system's purchase price was 300 billion merit points for 13 of them, which was equivalent to the value of 13 Qilin hearts. It was almost the same as an 8th grade innate spiritual treasure. Its value was actually comparable to the phoenix reincarnation fruit. The latter improved the golden body, while the former improved the primordial spirit. However, although the system was a little scammer in terms of price, Ning Qi knew that the system had become very powerful after its advancement this time. It could even put 9th grade innate spirit treasures on sale, and all kinds of profound sage-level spiritual materials were available as long as one had enough. As long as he had enough merit points, he wouldn't need to try his luck at all if he needed any spiritual materials or treasures in the future. After looking at the dragon-slaying mall, Ning Qi looked at the other functions. Most of them were much stronger than before. Just as Ning Qi was about to withdraw his divine will and swallow the Qilin heart he obtained from the creation's celestial realm, a function option made him freeze. His gaze instantly froze. Myriad heavens. What function is this? Ning Qi's heart skipped a beat as if he had vaguely guessed something. There are countless worlds in the myriad heavens. No matter which world you want to go to, as long as you pay a certain amount of merit points, you can arrive there instantly. The system notification sounded. After listening to the notification, Ning Qi gasped inwardly. This was just as he had guessed. This function might be one of the strongest after the system update. Ning Qi immediately opened the myriad heavens, and the names of worlds appeared in front of him. It was no exaggeration to say that there were more than 10,000 kinds of worlds, regardless of size. Among them, Ning Qi saw the divine Luo mystic realm and the immortal world. The price to go to these families was only 10,000 merit points. System, can I really go to these worlds at any time through this function? Other than merit points, are there other hidden costs such as lifespan? Don't cheat me. Ning Qi confirmed again and again. After a while, the system didn't reply. It probably felt that Ning Qi's question wasn't worth answering. Can I bring people to the divine Luo realm through this function? Ning Qi asked again. This was what he really wanted to ask. Chapter 36:45. Ning Qi asked about the rules of the myriad worlds a few times and finally understood the requirements of the system. In the myriad worlds, Shenluo realm was the most respected. Hence, as long as a cultivator from Shenluo realm wanted to go to other big and small worlds, they only needed to pay a certain amount of merit points. But for those cultivators who had never been to Shenluo realm before, no matter what, they couldn't be brought to Shenluo realm. But according to the strength of the world, cultivators from a stronger world could go to a weaker world without being restricted by the rules. They only needed to pay merit points. Ning Qi had originally planned to use this function to go to Shenluo mystic realm and bring sacred concubine Cold Sky and the rest to Shenluo realm, but his plan had failed. However, before his strength reached a certain level, Ning Qi wasn't too willing to bring the sacred concubine and the others to the Shenluo mystic realm too early. Anyway, with the myriad heavens and realms, he could head to the Shenluo mystic realm at any time and take the spiritual materials he found this time. He could use them on sacred concubine Cold Sky and the rest to help them reach the perfected Tao querying realm so that they could go to Shenluo realm. After understanding the new function of the system, Ning Qi took out a Qilin heart. Sha, sha, sha. Willow King seemed to sense the existence of the Qilin heart. Tens of thousands of willow branches rose up, appearing excited and eager. Star demons have stronger bodies than ordinary cultivators, but their primordial spirits are extremely weak. This willow tree demon has lived for a very long time. I heard of its existence before, but because its primordial spirit is too weak, it can't advance. Why don't you give it a Qilin heart? If you give it a Qilin heart, it might have a chance to break through to Emperor Realm. Silver Dragon's voice rang in Ning Qi's ears. Give it a Qilin heart? Ning Qi's eyes flickered, and he looked down at the Qilin heart in his hand. It was extremely difficult to find such a spiritual material above profound sage in Shenluo Realm. Only the sacred grounds of the Qilin race might have a few. Their value was about the same as the phoenix reincarnation fruit. It didn't matter if he gave one to Willow King. He still had 12. However, if Willow King really advanced to Emperor Realm and had complete sentience, it might not stand on Ning Qi's side. It might even snatch the rest of the Qilin hearts. After telling this question to Silver Dragon laughed coldly. Do you really think it doesn't have complete sentience? When you were planning to use it to stop the pursuers, it discovered the divine creation pearl on you and stopped the pursuers for you. It's just waiting for the creation realm to open. It can be said that its intelligence is already above that of ordinary cultivators. It's just that it's hiding it very well. Otherwise, if the major sects of the absolute beginning era found out about it, they would either subdue it or kill it. That seems to be the case. Ning Qi thought about it carefully. It seemed that the Silver Dragon's words made a lot of sense. Emperor Lu might not be as simple as he seemed. Do you still remember the method I used to help you subdue that fire Qilin? The Silver Dragon spoke again. Senior Silver Dragon, are you talking about shared life contract? Could it be? Ning Qi immediately looked at Emperor Lu with a strange expression. Could it be that the Silver Dragon wanted him to subdue this star demon with the strength of the imperishable realm? This was not an ordinary, perfected, imperishable realm cultivator. At this level, Emperor Lu reckoned that very few people would be a match for him. Even if true Lord Shingong and Black Panther joined forces, they would only be able to defeat him. His strength was probably equivalent to that of a great emperor's follower who had a complete inheritance. That's right. If I didn't have the Qilin's heart, I might have to spend a lot of effort to force it to lower its head. But now, there was a hint of a smile in the Silver Dragon's words. As long as you use the Qilin's heart as bait, I think it will be very willing to take the bait. I'll try. Ning Qi nodded. He held the Qilin's heart in his palm and looked at Emperor Lu. Brother Lu, this Qilin's heart is for you. But you have to sign a contract with me. Shared life contract. Are you willing? Emperor Lu seemed to be stunned. The tens of thousands of willow branches instantly calmed down. This process lasted for about a dozen breaths. One of the willow branches was raised high and wrote a few words on the ground. I am willing. When it finished writing these words, the Silver Dragon suddenly broke out of Ning Qi's body. Its huge dragon body was high up in the sky, looking down at Emperor Lu like a god. Emperor Lu's tree body couldn't help but tremble. The fear of a subordinate meeting a superior rose in his heart. If he had facial features, they would definitely be extremely twisted. The Silver Dragon was at least a martial emperor. Seeing the fearful aura that Lu Huang emitted when facing the Silver Dragon, Ning Qi guessed that before the Silver Dragon had turned into this soul form, its abilities must have been extremely high in the God Lua world. Perhaps after this, he would be able to find out the Silver Dragon's past through some ancient books, his true identity. Next, Lu Huang did not resist at all during the process of signing the mutual life contract. 2 hours later, Ning Qi had a special feeling in his heart. This feeling appeared because he had established a connection with Lu Huang. Ning Qi was no stranger to this feeling. It was the same when he signed a contract with the Fire Qilin. All right, you can give it the Qilin heart now. The silver dragon returned to Ning Qi's body, and its voice rang in Ning Qi's ears. Ning Qi nodded. Seeing this, Willow Emperor immediately stretched out a willow branch and carefully took the Kailan's heart from Ning Qi's hand. Then, he pressed the Kailan's heart into the trunk of the tree. The next moment, a dark blue light instantly enveloped it. Ning Qi could sense that Willow Emperor was constantly exuding a cheerful and excited emotion. The aura on Willow Emperor's body increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. With every increase, Ning Qi felt a heavy pressure. It could be seen that Willow Emperor's primordial spirit had been suppressed for too long. When he obtained a divine item like the Kailan's heart, his primordial spirit suddenly increased explosively. The most direct consequence of this was a sharp increase in his strength. It's my turn. Ning Qi smiled. He took out a Kailan's heart and threw it into his mouth without hesitation. The Kailan's heart melted in his mouth. The warm juice flowed down his throat and instantly flowed into every part of Ning Qi's body. The next moment, the hell-suppressing celestial palace suddenly appeared behind Ning Qi. A primordial spirit flew out from the hell-suppressing celestial palace and entered Ning Qi's body. Then, a shadow of his primordial spirit appeared behind Ning Qi. It was as if Ning Qi had been magnified a few hundred times. He felt that the power of his primordial spirit was constantly increasing. The shadow was also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. As his primordial spirit grew stronger, Ning Qi vaguely felt that his physical body seemed to have loosened a little. He estimated that he could continue to receive the power of the stars from the star giant to temper his physical body. The silver dragon was right. It was the primordial spirit that restricted the growth of the physical body. Ning Qi suddenly had an idea. If he swallowed the remaining 11 Kailan's hearts, when his primordial spirit grew to a certain extent, would he be able to condense the golden body of his left arm in advance? Chapter 3646. It took Ning Qi a full month to completely absorb the effects of the Qilin heart. His nascent divinity was already nearly 50 times stronger than it was before. This kind of improvement was far beyond Ning Qi's expectations. The benefits of having a nascent divinity that was 50 times stronger were very obvious. His physical body could continue to be tempered under the circumstances that he hadn't broken through to the next realm. At the same time, some of the magical techniques that required the nascent divinity to cast could be used. The strength of his primordial spirit was at least comparable to that of a perfect rebirth state existence, and his cultivation was still at the perfect rebirth state. However, compared to Lu Huang, the Qilin's heart that I swallowed was like a fake. Ning Qi looked at Lu Huang with a strange expression. At that moment, Lu Huang was still covered in blue light, and his primordial spirit, after a month of tempering, was still in a period of improvement. Before swallowing the Qilin's heart, Lu Huang's primordial spirit was already much stronger than Ning Qi's. Although he was a star demon and his primordial spirit was much weaker than others of the same level, a star demon at the perfect rebirth state, no matter how weak his primordial spirit was, could not be weaker than Ning Qi's. And after swallowing the Qilin's heart, his primordial spirit had increased by more than 100 times in a short period of a month. The improvement was far greater than Ning Qi's. A cultivator's nascent divinity has a limit, depending on their talent. You're only at the great circle of the fate state, and your nascent divinity has been strengthened by 50 times. That's your limit. This willow tree monster is at the great circle of the imperishable state. It has been in the lower realm for countless years, but its primordial spirit has not been able to match its cultivation. That is why, after swallowing the Qilin's heart, its primordial spirit has increased by far more than yours. Compared to it, you are like a small bowl, and it is a large vat. The silver dragon's voice rang in Ning Qi's ears. In fact, even if it didn't explain, Ning Qi had vaguely guessed it. A long time ago, he was weaker than others of the same level in terms of talent. Even now, Ningqi did not think that his talent was strong enough to achieve what he had today. The remaining 40% was obtained through his own efforts, fighting on the edge of life and death. Even so, the improvement that this Qilin's heart gave him was too little compared to Emperor Lu's. Therefore, Ningqi guessed the reason why his primordial spirit didn't move at all after increasing by 50 times. Senior Silver Dragon, is my Yuan Shin going to stop here before I break through to the rebirth state? Will swallowing the Qilin heart have much of an effect? Who says there's no effect? You still have 11 Qilin hearts. If you consume all of them, your essence soul will be strengthened by at least 10,000 points. 10,000 points! A trace of doubt flashed in Ningqi's eyes. It seemed to be the first time he had heard of the Silver Dragon's method of determining the strength of a primordial spirit. The Supreme Saint Council has a method to determine the strength of one's primordial spirit. It uses a numerical value to indicate the strength of the primordial spirit. This number is the result of countless experiments. For cultivators who have just condensed their nascent divinities for the first time and have just entered the early Tao querying realm, the strength of their nascent divinities varies from 1 to 10. Those with ordinary talent will have 1, or even less. Those with extremely strong talent will have 1, 0 or 7, 8 or 9. Those at the intermediate Tao querying realm will have 1 to 20. Those at the late Tao querying realm will have 1 to 30. And those at the perfected Tao querying realm will have 1 to 50. Does this mean that even cultivators at the perfected Tao querying realm will have a primordial spirit that remains at 1? That's right. The primordial spirit has nothing to do with one's cultivation level. Even if you are a few cultivation levels higher than the other party, your primordial spirit might still be weaker than the other party. The Silver Dragon said plainly. Ningqi nodded instinctively. He could understand what the Silver Dragon said. Otherwise, Emperor Lu wouldn't have had a primordial spirit that was only comparable to a 4th-step cultivator when he was at the perfected indestructible realm. This caused his cultivation level to be unable to break through. The primordial spirit has nothing to do with one's cultivation level, but one's cultivation level is closely related to the primordial spirit. When one's primordial spirit is weak, there will be certain obstacles in terms of cultivation speed and breaking through bottlenecks. However, many cultivators can find various earth spiritual materials to make up for the deficiency of the primordial spirit and advance. After advancing, the primordial spirit will not become stronger. You should have noticed that ordinary cultivation methods have very little effect on the primordial spirit, right? That's right. Ningqi nodded. From the Tao-seeking realm to the perfected heaven's mandate realm, the strength of his primordial spirit had gradually increased, but the speed of improvement was extremely slow. Like the golden body technique, the primordial spirit technique is also in the hands of the top forces. For example, in the land of absolute beginning and the land of absolute separation, except for the 5th-step cultivators and emperor realm existences, ordinary cultivators simply cannot obtain these 2 tempering techniques. The primordial spirit is even more special than the golden body. Even if you obtain the tempering technique, due to your limited talent, the tempering speed is either extremely slow or extremely difficult to improve. Therefore, the Holy Assembly evaluates the strength of the cultivator's primordial spirits at each stage. The lower limit is 1. The only thing that keeps increasing is the upper limit. The upper limit of the Tao-seeking realm is 50. The upper limit of the causality realm is 200. The upper limit of the heaven's mandate realm is 500. And the upper limit of the rebirth realm is 1,000. Of course, this is only the standard of ordinary cultivators. Some cultivators with special opportunities might have a primordial spirit that is comparable to the rebirth realm when they are at the heaven's mandate realm. Such cultivators can only be seen occasionally in the primordial land. In other places, they are extremely rare. I see. Ningqi sighed. He didn't know that the Holy Assembly would use numbers to display the strength of the primordial spirit. It was a bit rigid at times, but it could objectively show how strong a person's primordial spirit was. Just as Ning Chi was about to ask the silver dragon about the strength of his primordial spirit, he suddenly noticed that his stats page seemed to have changed. There was a new primordial spirit on the original page. Host, Ning Chi level. Perfected Heaven's Mandate, Realm Primordial Spirit. 1,000. My primordial spirit is 1,000 after increasing by 50 times. That means that before I took the Qilin's heart, my primordial spirit was only 20 points. That's the limit of an ordinary cultivator at the mid-stage of the Tao-seeking realm. That's too weak. Chapter 36:47. So, are you going to swallow it now or in the future? Of course now. Ning Chi smiled, almost without hesitation. Oh, Silver Dragon seemed surprised. If it had been any other cultivator, they would have definitely saved the Qilin hearts for at least the sempiternal realm before consuming them. This way, they would be able to make use of the strength of their primordial spirit to break through to the imperishable realm. Why do you want to swallow it now? You'll be wasting too much of the Qilin's heart. Silver Dragon asked. Only what is swallowed is yours. What's the difference between a Qilin's heart and a roadside wildflower if you don't use it? That's right, Senior Silver Dragon. The limit of the Yuan spirit of the rebirth realm is 1,000. What's the limit? In response to Ning Chi's question, the Silver Dragon fell silent for a few breaths before slowly answering. The limit of the undying realm's primordial spirit is 10,000, the immortal realm 30,000, and the undying realm 90,000. So if my Yuan spirit strength reaches 10,000, it'll be the limit of the undead realm? It's just an ordinary undead realm cultivator. Some heavens, chosen ones, have other opportunities. When they were in the undead realm, their life essence might have exceeded 10,000. Senior Silver Dragon, have you forgotten that I'm also a Heaven's Mandate realm cultivator? Silver Dragon was silent for a few moments. Are you sure you don't want to wait until the 5th step before swallowing the Qilin's heart? Yes. Ning Chi smiled. That's good too. The stronger the Yuan spirit, the higher the chance of opening the 9 reincarnation bridges. Your decision is not without reason. By the time Ning Chi swallowed the 3rd Qilin heart, Emperor Lu had already calmed down. The effects of the Qilin heart had been completely digested by him, and his primordial spirit had been greatly strengthened. Ning Chi shared a bond with him, so he could sense his body immediately. In the past, Lu Huang was like an aircraft carrier that lacked energy. Now Lu Huang was like an aircraft carrier that was full of energy. 43,899 yuan spirit strength. Although it's not the limit, it's qualified. This Qilin's heart was not wasted. Ning Chi looked at Emperor Lu's attributes and smiled. He paused. Now that your Yuan spirit strength is sufficient, what you need to do next is to break through to the Emperor realm, right? I want to try. Emperor Lu waved his branch and wrote on the ground. Yes, I can try. I'll continue to swallow the Qilin's heart. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Then, in front of Emperor Lu, he took out another Qilin heart and threw it into his mouth. After a long time, when there were only 2 Qilin's hearts left, Ning Chi found that his Yuan spirit strength had reached 10,000. It was 10 Qilin's heart. Ning Chi's essence soul had increased from 20 points to the current 10,000 points. His essence soul had increased by 500 times, and he had paid the price of 10 Qilin hearts. Any random Qilin's heart could make Emperor Realm cultivators fight for it, but Emperor Realm cultivators would not. Emperor Realm cultivator. My primordial spirit is already comparable to the limit of the undead realm. It seems that I can continue to temper my body. This time, I will try to break through to the ancient star body rank 9. If possible, I will try to temper my golden left arm. Ning Chi muttered to himself. He sat cross-legged and began to circulate the body-strengthening star technique. His divine sense whooshed and came to the pitch-black void again. Only the star giant in the distance could make this void seem less deathly silent. 10 days later, Ning Qi's eyes glinted. He found that he was getting closer and closer to the star giant, and the time he could hold on was also many times longer than before. The power of the stars he absorbed each time also increased correspondingly. This was very likely related to the surge in the power of his primordial spirit. Perhaps I should purchase an extremely powerful spell from the system that requires my primordial spirit to cast. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful to have such a powerful primordial spirit. A thought flashed through Ning Qi's mind. Ever since his physical body had become stronger, he had either destroyed his enemies with a single punch or borrowed the power of his spiritual treasures. He rarely used spells, but now the strength of his primordial spirit had increased by 500 times. Ning Qi felt that he had to use a spell that focused on lethality. His combat power would be greatly improved, but now his main goal was to refine his body. Has Senior Ning left? Lin Mei couldn't help but ask Wang Shui after not seeing Ning Qi for a while. However, Wang Shui waved her hand. Ning Qi is in seclusion. Seclusion? Lin Mei's expression became even weirder. She was now an undead realm cultivator. If Ning Qi was really in seclusion in the mansion, it would be impossible for him to not leak any aura. Her divine sense had already swept the place thousands of times, but she never found any trace of Ning Qi in seclusion. But seeing that Wang Shui didn't seem to care, Lin Mei had to believe her. She secretly guessed that Ning Qi might have some unknown means, similar to how he put her and Wang Shui in the creation domain. Dark Parliament headquarters. Secretary General Qi sat in the main seat. Around the huge round table were secretaries from various territories, including Zhenling. The purpose of this meeting was completely different from the previous one. According to the information we have, Ning Qi escaped into the fog forest when he was being chased by various parties. Among those who chased him were Shakyamuni Shinkong, the strongest of the young generation in the primordial land, the old ancestor of the southern border barbarian tribe, Gongsun Wufua of the Tianwu sect. Every time Qi reported a name, the secretaries of the various territories would be shocked. The strength of the secretaries of the various territories of the Dark Parliament were basically around the undead realm. Only a few had reached the immortal realm. And among the names that Qi reported, many were immortal realm existences, not to mention the undead realm. Among them, everyone present had heard of Shakyamuni Shinkong. He was the youngest immortal realm cultivator in the primordial land, the little abbot of the Myriad Buddha Temple. He had already reached the immortal realm at such a young age. He had a brighter future than all the cultivators in the meeting room. Even Qi didn't have such aptitude when he was young. They actually sent so many experts to hunt down Ning Qi. Zhenling's expression was ugly. The others looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. How could a mere heavens mandate realm cultivator resist such a lineup? This was a situation where he would definitely die. The Supreme Sacred Parliament also sent an immortal realm cultivator. I've met that guy a few times. His name is Shingongbao. He has a demon pet that is also in the immortal realm. Qi said slowly, "Hiss." Everyone took a deep breath and then looked at Jinling with a trace of pity in their eyes. It wasn't easy for a genius to appear in the 5th region, but now he was killed in the primordial land. If they were in his shoes, they would definitely be heartbroken. However, except for Shingongbao and his demon pet, all the cultivators who entered the fog forest this time are dead. Qi smiled and said, or rather, their physical bodies were destroyed. Chapter 36:48. So many 4th step and 5th step cultivators in the fog forest had their bodies destroyed, and only the imperishable realm cultivators had survived? Secretary General, what about Ning Qi? Zhanling suddenly asked. According to the information sent back by the scouts, Ning Chi should not be dead and has left the fog forest. Qi smiled. That's good. Zhenling's expression changed a few times before he heaved a long sigh of relief. He hadn't expected Ning Chi to survive in such a situation. Did Adarch make a move? Otherwise, how could so many experts in the fog forest be annihilated? An immortal realm cultivator raised the question in his heart. His question was exactly the same as everyone else's. Everyone looked at Qi curiously. What had happened in the fog forest in the land of absolute beginning? How could so many fifth step and fourth step cultivators be annihilated? I'm not sure about the details, but some cultivators who didn't go deep into the fog forest might have seen something. After that, there was a rumor that Ning Chi was the one who did it. Qi smiled faintly. Ning Chi. Everyone looked at each other. Even Zhenling had a strange look in her eyes as she looked at Qi with a strange expression. What a joke! A heaven's mandate state cultivator destroyed the bodies of so many fourth step and fifth step cultivators? And that included the strongest genius of the land of absolute beginning's younger generation, Shakyamuni Shinko? Even Zhenling, who was full of confidence in Ning Chi, couldn't believe such a result. If Qi hadn't said it, Zhenling would have called it nonsense. Qi, I'm afraid this rumor is false, Tudua said slowly. I didn't believe it at first, but some of the cultivators who were present quickly reformed their bodies after their bodies were destroyed. That's where I got the news. Qi eyes glinted. He said that even Shakyamuni Shinkong couldn't withstand a punch from Ning Chi. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at each other. Tudo said with a grave expression, We have scouts in the misty forest this time, right? Yes, but he's dead. Qi said. Tudwa was slightly taken aback. Then everything will become clear once he condenses his physical body. Everyone nodded slightly. They couldn't trust the words of other cultivators, but they could trust the spies of the Covenant of Darkness. When the time came, they could just have the spies report to them. He won't be able to condense his physical body again. That spy's immortal palace has already been destroyed. Qi said. How could this be? Tudwa frowned slightly. If the person who attacked was Ning Chi, then he should know the spy's identity. Why did he destroy his immortal palace as well? I'm curious too. Qi smiled. Maybe the spy didn't reveal his identity, or maybe there are other reasons. We can only know everything when we find Ning Chi. His gaze fell on the true spirit. Has there been any news of Ning Chi recently? No. With his strength, I'm afraid he would still be hiding in the land of absolute beginning without the Parliament's help. The true spirit shook its head with a hint of mockery in its eyes. Seeing this, everyone understood that the true spirit was still angry about the Parliament's refusal to send reinforcements to Ning Chi. It was like a knot in the true spirit's heart that couldn't be resolved so easily. Don't worry. I've gathered all of you here to announce a message. Qi smiled. Find Ning Chi at all costs. Hearing this, everyone nodded subconsciously. They also wanted to know the truth about the misty forest. At the same time, they still held a trace of hope for the creation god realm. If the Holy Parliament failed this time, would the creation god bead still be with Ning Chi? If the Covenant of Darkness could obtain the creation god bead and open the creation god realm, it would be an epic-making improvement. At the very least, the older generation of dark cultivators saw a glimmer of hope to defeat the Holy Parliament. 3 years had passed since the battle in the Misty Forest. During these 3 years, not only were the dark cultivators frantically searching for Ning Chi's whereabouts, but the various large sects and forces in the land of absolute beginning and the cultivators from the surrounding territories were also searching for Ning Chi's whereabouts. Cultivators whose bodies had been destroyed by Ning Chi were constantly reforming their bodies. Everyone gradually learned of what Ning Chi had done in the Misty Forest. The fact that Ning Qi had managed to merge with the passageway of the fortune realm with his heavenly fate cultivation was already shocking enough. On top of that, there was also the fact that Ning Qi's cultivation had suddenly skyrocketed, allowing him to kill even a sempiternal realm genius like Sakya Shinko. No matter which force it was, they all wanted to find Ning Qi and find out the mystery. Even the ancient Star Pavilion had sent out several palace masters because Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xinhua were the chief disciples of the ancient Star Pavilion. After the two of them reformed their bodies, not only did their talent decline, but their cultivation also decreased. This made all the major star palaces of the ancient Star Pavilion furious. Even their masters had personally come out. In a small city on the border of the land of absolute beginning, Lin Mei and Wang Shui had basically not left their doors for the past 3 years. They had been quietly cultivating in seclusion. In addition to waiting for Ning Qi to come out, they had also used these 3 years to familiarize themselves with their sudden increase in cultivation. If the two women had used other methods to advance to the 5th step, it would have been impossible to stabilize their cultivation in 3 years. However, the two women had only advanced after consuming the phoenix reincarnation fruit. Their foundation was already very solid. After 3 years of familiarizing themselves, they could completely control their current cultivation and strength. Lin Mei had even faintly broken through to the undead realm. Late stage, the creation god realm's training ground. Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light. At this moment, Ning Qi's essence, energy, and soul had reached their peak state. Although his cultivation hadn't changed, and he was still at the peak of the fate realm, Ning Qi's ancient star body had reached the 9th rank. In addition, the prison-suppressing dragon elephant's sacred art had finally broken through the bottleneck of the 66th level. He had reached the 88th level in one fell swoop, and his body had once again been tempered to an extremely terrifying degree. If the 9 inner hidden gates were opened, coupled with the golden right arm and the primordial spirit that was comparable to the peak of the undead realm, Ning Qi felt that his combat strength was enough to instantly kill any rebirth realm cultivator. He might even be able to fight an undead realm cultivator. As for who was stronger and who was weaker, he would only know after trying. It's a pity that the golden body can't be tempered. Do I have to be beaten into nothingness like last time before I can borrow the star power of the star giant to temper the golden body? Chapter 36:49. When Ning Qi consumed the 10th Qilin heart, his soul strength had already reached more than 9,300. Every Qilin heart before that could increase his soul strength by more than 1,000 points. But the effects of the last one were barely satisfactory. His essence soul was stuck at 10,000 points. In Ning Qi's opinion, this might not be a coincidence, but a limit. Even if he consumed the remaining 2 Qilin hearts, it was possible that his primordial spirit would not be strengthened at all. Sha sha sha. Ning Qi's ears twitched slightly as he looked at Emperor Liu. He discovered that Emperor Liu was writing on the ground with a willow twig. Someone came in. Did someone come in? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly and his expression became solemn. The silver dragon had already said that his creation domain was no longer his personal property after it had fused with the creation divine domain because of the creation divine pearl. And there was a high possibility that the creation domain existed because the Shenluo world cultivators wanted to use it to find another way out of the situation where the passageways into the creation domain were all monopolized by the various top forces. The Willow Sovereign had said that someone had entered the fortune divine domain. Most likely, after several years of preparation, the forces that controlled the fortune divine domain's entrance had paid a certain price to send some geniuses into the fortune divine domain. What's the cultivation level of the fellow who came in? Ning Qi asked. Their cultivation levels are very low. Most of them are at the reincarnation realm. There are a few who are not even at the reincarnation realm. They are only at the karma and destiny realms. Emperor Liu wrote, Looks like the price they paid for sending people in is indeed very high. Or perhaps it's just because the creation divine realm has just opened that they're letting a batch of low-level cultivators test the waters. Ningqi muttered. Even in the Shenluo world, rebirth state cultivators weren't considered low-leveled cultivators. However, this was the creation divine domain. Even the arch would drool over the opportunities here. Therefore, relatively speaking, the rebirth state cultivators sent by the sects were nothing to the creation divine domain. He was a low-level cultivator. From this, it could be seen that Ningqi had established a special connection with the creation divine realm through the creation domain. He could easily send people in, although there was a limit to the number of people. As long as there was enough rest time, Ningqi could send as many people as he wanted. In theory, there was no upper limit. Perhaps even the Supreme Saint Parliament didn't have such a method. For the first time, Ningqi felt that he should be standing in front of the Supreme Saint Parliament. The cultivator who discovered the creation domain and planned to use it to break the monopoly of the Supreme Saint Parliament had really contributed a lot. Ningqi speculated that this cultivator was most likely his previous incarnation, the North Mystic Emperor. Maybe I should eat that flower and see if I can remember my past life. Maybe he still has a lot of backup plans. Ningqi touched his chin. Sha sha sha. While Ningqi was deep in thought, Lu Huang started writing again. This time it kept thanking Ningqi. After consuming the Qilin's heart, Emperor Willow's intelligence was no less than that of a normal cultivator. In fact, it might even surpass them. It knew very well how great the price of sending people into the divine domain of creation was. It could be seen from the fact that those ancient powers that had existed for many years had only sent a few rebirth stage cultivators after so many years. However, Lu Huang didn't know that Ningqi basically didn't have to pay any price because of the fortune domain. Hence, he thought that he had used up a lot of Ningqi's cultivation resources to enter the fortune domain. His heart was filled with gratitude. If you can reach the Emperor realm, that would be the best way to thank me. Ningqi smiled. He could see the dazzling golden light in Lu Huang's body as long as he focused his gaze. This was a sign that the golden body had reached the phenomenal success stage. Even Wang Shui paled in comparison to the current Lu Huang. However, to break through to the Emperor realm, other than the most basic requirements, luck was also very important. Although Lu Huang's foundation was very strong, and he had swallowed the Qilin's heart, it was still unknown whether he could break through to the Emperor realm. I will try my best. Lu Huang wrote, System, if other cultivators see the training ground of the fortune domain here, will they be able to enter this place to cultivate? Ningqi thought of something and asked. Ningqi could ignore the rebirth stage cultivators that entered. But what about in the future? If there were fifth step cultivators or even Emperor realm existences that entered, there would be no reason for them to not come and explore this place when they saw it, right? Other than the host and the living beings that the host brought here, no other living beings will be able to detect this place. The system notification sounded. You mean all living beings? Even those Emperor realm existences can't detect this place? Ningqi was slightly stunned, and his tone was slightly hesitant. That's right, the system said faintly. You're still the best. The last stone in Ningqi's heart was finally lifted. Senior brother, didn't you say that the fortune domain is full of opportunities? We've been here for more than a month, but we haven't even seen Black Void and Black Een spiritual materials. Don't be impatient. This time, the patriarchs spent a lot of effort to send us here, so they naturally won't let us go in vain. Don't forget that several patriarchs told us to find some heaven and earth spiritual materials that can increase our lifespan. If there isn't even a single spiritual material here, why would the patriarchs send us in? Then what about the current situation? I've already said that it's the creation God realm. Spiritual materials at the level of profound void and profound Een will naturally not appear. because all you can see are profound sun and profound sage level. We're still at the entrance, so it's normal that we can't see them. When we find the place that the patriarchs mentioned, there must be many treasures waiting for us. The old ancestor said that there are God realm warriors there, and they are native cultivators of the good fortune divine realm. Their cultivation methods are completely different from ours, but they are extremely strong. Senior apprentice brother, if you find that place, you must take care of us. Of course. Don't talk and take a good look in which direction that place is. This time, the fortune domain has reopened after so many years. The ancient maps may not be useful anymore. We can only refer to them and not blindly believe them. Otherwise, we won't even know how we died. Yes, senior brother. A group of 7 cultivators swaggered past Ning Chi. They turned a blind eye to Ning Chi, who was standing not too far away, as if they could not sense him at all. Moreover, as they walked, they coincidentally avoided Emperor Liu and the courtyard where Fan Xian was. Ning Chi didn't believe that this wasn't the system's influence. God, domain warriors. Senior Silver Dragon, there are also cultivators in the fortune domain? Ning Chi asked. After a while, he didn't get an answer from the Silver Dragon, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep again. However, the Silver Dragon didn't consume too much essence during this time. Chapter 3650. Seeing the arch passing by, Ning Chi somewhat understood why the Silver Dragon didn't say anything. It might have sensed the aura of the arch beforehand. This meant that the arch was most likely from the Holy Assembly. About 3 to 5 breaths later, the Silver Dragon's voice suddenly sounded in Ning Chi's ears after the Emperor Realm existence had completely left. The ancient sects and forces that control the passage to the creation divine realm are already sending people into this place. Luckily, the god items and spiritual materials in the periphery are already in your hands. Even if there are fish that slip through the net, it's not too likely for them to find anything good outside. They can only enter some of the more dangerous places in the creation god realm. In those places live the local cultivators of the creation god realm. Their cultivation method is completely different from ours. They are called the God Realm Warriors by the Shinluo world cultivators. They are extremely powerful. Other than the prodigies of the Thearcha's disciples, there are very few of them. No one is a match for them. The God Realm Warriors are so powerful. Ning Chi's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. According to the Silver Dragon, any random God Realm Warrior was equivalent to the Thearcha's disciple of the Shinluo world. In the Shinluo world, it was extremely rare to find a cultivator who could dominate the same level as them. Ning Chi was one of them. Although Ouyang Xinhua was the top of the ancient star pavilion, she didn't dare to say that she was comparable to the Thearcha's disciple. If that's the case, the creation god realm should be stronger than the Shinluo world. How did it become a place where people can enter and leave at will? Isn't the Shinluo world fighting the war of 10,000 races? If the creation god realm cultivators go to the Shinluo world, which race will be theirs? Opponents? Ning Chi asked doubtfully. The creation god realm cultivators can't leave this place. They will die if they leave. They will die if they leave the creation god realm. Why? Ning Chi was stunned, not to mention leaving the Shinluo world. Even if the spirit chi in the celestial world was relatively thin, they wouldn't die immediately. At most, they wouldn't be able to stay for long. After all, cultivators with slightly higher realms wouldn't be able to do anything in a place like the celestial world. They might even regress if they stayed for a long time, but they wouldn't die. Because the creation divine realm is not a world. Silver Dragon smiled faintly and said, An Emperor Realm existence once entered this place and captured a God Realm warrior who was equivalent to an imperishable realm cultivator. He brought him out of the creation realm, but the warrior's physical body immediately eroded away. He died a thorough death, not even his soul remained. Before that warrior from the realm of the gods was eroded away, a mark appeared on his body. What brand? Slave brand. This kind of brand is usually used by the sex-old ancestors on the star demons that are used to guard their homes. Different from the life and death contract, the restrictions of the slave brand are extremely great. Leaving the divine domain of creation and directly eroding away is one of the restrictions. Senior Silver Dragon, are you trying to say that the warriors of God's domain are all slaves of some almighty being? Then wouldn't the creation divine realm be? That's right. In my opinion, the divine domain of creation is that senior's abode. Silver Dragon said faintly. Ning Chi couldn't help but sigh. Some of the speculations of the outside world about the creation divine domain were actually true. The creation divine domain of creation was really a abode left behind by some almighty being. However, how powerful must that person be to leave behind such an exaggerated abode of opportunities? He had found many kinds of spiritual materials above the profound sage level, not to mention the phoenix reincarnation fruit and Qilin heart, which were rare treasures above the profound sage level. An existence like that should be able to easily destroy the Xianyuan immortal sect that was once buried in the ruins, right? For some reason, Ning Chi suddenly thought of this. At the same time, the strongest warrior in the God realm is only at the Emperor realm, compared to the Shenluo realm. So what if they are invincible among their peers? They can't defeat the group of old fools behind the Supreme Saint Council. Silver Dragon said faintly. I understand. Ning Chi nodded. After a pause, he continued. Senior Silver Dragon, you said that the warriors of the God realm have slave brands on them. If their master died, there's no reason for them to continue living, right? That's right. If that's the case, the master of the God realm is still alive. Yes, the higher-ups of the Shenluo realm have already reached a consensus on this point. That existence is indeed still alive, but we don't know where he is now. Whether he is still in the Shenluo realm is still unknown. But he can also return to this place at any time. Ning Chi's heart tightened. He had to hurry up. When the true master of the God realm returns, even he would lose the right to enter this place. Now, Ning Chi's physical body could no longer be improved, and the strength of his primordial spirit was also stuck at the limit of 10,000 points. Under the situation where he did not lose his physical body, he could not use the power of the star giant to refine the golden body. Then he could only do the latter thing. After doing this, Ning Chi believed that his combat strength would be completely different. He should be able to easily deal with an undying realm expert. Ning Chi took out 2 items. One was the demon refining gourd, and the other was the moon glazed silver. Although the demon refining gourd was a 7th grade item, it had in fact been damaged before, so its power was only 6th grade. If it was in the hands of an undying realm cultivator, it might be able to threaten someone of the same level. But in Ning Chi's hands, it could only be used to suppress a rebirth realm expert. I hope you can work hard. Ning Chi looked at the demon refining gourd, and the corners of his mouth curled up. At the same time, he picked up the moon glazed silver with his other hand and slowly placed it on the demon refining gourd. The 9 hell treasure refining technique was instantly activated. The moon glazed silver seemed to melt into mercury like liquid and flowed into the mouth of the demon refining gourd. Ning Chi still remembered that when Jiang Tianshu returned to the ancient star pavilion, he took out an 8th grade demon refining gourd and used its power to make Fei Xuanzi give up the title of Alcade Star Palace's chief disciple to Jiang Tianshu. So this time, Ning Chi's goal wasn't to restore the demon purification gourd's power to the 7th grade. Instead, he wanted to use the moon glazed silver and the 9 hell artifact forging technique to upgrade the demon purification gourd's grade to at least the 8th grade. If that's the case, Ning Chi clenched his fists slightly. Even if I encounter Jiang Tianshu with my current strength, I can still fight him. Ancient Star Pavilion. Some core disciples suddenly found that some chief disciples, who were normally hard to see, had either come out of closed-door cultivation or returned to the ancient Star Pavilion from the outside world. In the end, They all gathered at the Alcade Star Palace. Chapter 36:51. Jiang Tianshu coldly snorted when he saw Wu Mazhuxing ridiculing him. He said indifferently, "We are not the hooligans among the mortals. Jiang, Wang Kong has already been defeated. Why do I need to take revenge? Don't you want to see the palace master of Celestial Authority Palace? These two seniors have personally stepped forward to help the two of them regain their reputation." Photography. Wu Ma smiled. "I heard that they were defeated by a dark cultivator this time. I'm very curious. Their cultivation is similar to yours, and they are both top geniuses, but their bodies were destroyed. Now, the disciples of the Tianquan Palace and Tianquan Palace are already inside. Is it a mess? As soon as I returned to the sect, I heard that the two sides are discussing who will replace them and take the chief head seat." Wu Ma Zhuxing seemed to be narrating a fact, but in reality, the other three leaders from the Heavenly Pivot Palace, Tianshan Palace, and Alioth Palace all understood the meaning behind her words. Her meaning was very simple. That was, Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xinhua had to kneel. If it was Jiang Tianshu, he would also have to kneel. "I didn't call you here today to bicker with you. I know that you and Fei Xuanzi have a good relationship. You're just short of a kiss, right? After I took the chief seat, Fei Xuanzi disappeared in Tai Li. Occasionally, some people said that they saw him in other small worlds. He must be trying hard to find an 8th grade primordial spiritual treasure that could defeat me, trying to return as the king. However, was it so easy to find an 8th grade primordial spiritual treasure? If so, I'm afraid every chief head seat in the ancient star pavilion should have one. You already have one, right?" Jiang Tianshu smiled. Wu Ma's expression suddenly changed. The other three's expressions didn't look any better because Jiang Tianshu had mocked them as well. Even though they were chief heads of the star palaces, they only had 1 grade, 7 natural spirit treasure. Compared to Jiang Tianshu, they were obviously a lot poorer. However, even the vice palace masters, whose cultivation was higher than theirs, only possessed primordial spiritual treasures of the best quality among the 7th grade ones. Only a few of them who had other fortuitous encounters could possess 8th grade primordial spiritual treasures. As for the 7th grade ones and above, however, grade 8 and grade 9 Xiantian spiritual treasures were extremely rare. For ordinary sects, even undead realm experts were highly likely to use grade 6 Xiantian spiritual treasures. A 7th grade primordial spiritual treasure of the lowest grade could be sold for more than 10 billion primordial stones. It was common to see better quality ones sold for 30 to 50 billion primordial spiritual treasures. Moreover, these treasures were priceless. There were rarely any 6th grade primordial spiritual treasures in regular markets. Most of the people who wanted to buy the connate numinous treasures above would have to go to the black market and obtain them through special channels. The chief head disciples of the 7-star palaces all had at least a grade 7 spirit treasure, which was already very amazing. This indirectly proved how powerful the ancient star pavilion was. As for grade 8 spirit treasures, in their eyes, only Jiang Tianshu had an obvious chance. Only those who were luckier than them would be able to find one. "Jiang Tianshu, you've gone too far. What is the relationship between Fei Xuanzi and star absorbing Wu Ma? As a chief disciple, you have no right to spread rumors." "That's right. You have to remember that among the chief disciples, you have the least experience. If you continue to be so arrogant, sooner or later, you will have to pay a great price. Keep a low profile and do things in a high profile. Jiang Tianshu, you're a bit too high profile." Without needing star absorbing Wu Ma to speak, the other 3 chief disciples had already taken turns to teach Jiang Tianshu a lesson. "Please don't be angry. Jiang Tianshu is young and full of vigor. We just need to be more understanding." Star-absorbing Wu Ma smiled. Jiang Tianshu's expression turned ugly. From the words of the 4 of them, he could tell that even after hundreds of years, they still didn't consider him the chief disciple of the Alcade Star Palace. It was likely that in their hearts, Fei Xuanzi was more suitable. He, Jiang Tianshu, was only able to become the chief disciple because of a grade 8 primordial spiritual treasure. Sooner or later, I'll show you how powerful I am. Jiang Tianshu let out a cold snort in his heart and said, I won't argue with you guys. I brought you here today because I have something to say. It's related to the divine realm of fortune. Creation divine realm? Wu Ma and the other three looked at each other. Then the chief disciple of the heavenly pivot palace, Francisco Qingyang, frowned and said, I heard that the god realm of creation was not successfully opened. The god pearl of creation was destroyed by a dark cultivator. In my opinion, this is just a farce. The Holy Council planned to use the rumor of the god realm of creation to lure the Dark Council into a trap. Isn't the death of so many people in the dense fog forest proof? They must have died at the hands of the Emperor and Saint of the Covenant of Darkness. The shock waves from the battle between the emperors of the Congress. Francisco Qingyang was born in the barbarian race, but his relationship with the southern wilderness barbarian race was very poor. Because his father wasn't a barbarian, but a third-rate cultivator from a third-rate race, Francisco Qingyang was expelled from the barbarian race when he was a child. When he was wandering, he caught the attention of the palace master of the heavenly pivot palace and was brought back to the ancient star pavilion. In the end, he became the chief disciple of the ancient star pavilion. The barbarian race once sent a message to him, hoping that he could go back and help defend against the invasion. Or perhaps he could use the power of the ancient star pavilion to intimidate the foreign races that wanted to invade southern wilderness. When Francisco Qingyang received such a message, he only did one thing. He sent someone to tell the foreign races that were attacking southern wilderness that they wouldn't interfere. Thus, the foreign races attacking southern wilderness became even more violent and unscrupulous. This isn't a farce. Jiang Tianshu shook his head. It isn't? Do you think it isn't just because you say it isn't? Francisco Qingyang coldly snorted. This is indeed not a farce. The god pearl of creation is real. It's also true that the creation divine realm is about to open. Perhaps it has already opened. A voice suddenly rang out. Soon, everyone saw the pale-faced Zhang Wankong and Ouyang Xingyue. Seeing this, Wuma Zhuxing's gaze fell on Ouyang Xingyue and he smiled. Xingyue, your origin has been damaged and a large piece of your origin soul has been destroyed. I'm afraid you won't be able to recover your undying realm strength in a short period of time. Do you want me to go to the Heavenly Pearl Palace to help you? At least keep your chief disciple position. Ouyang Xingyue coldly glanced at Wuma Zhuxing. She didn't say anything and sat down next to Jiang Tianshu. Oh, so you have Jiang Tianshu to back you up. Wuma Zhuxing had a look of realization. Enough. Jiang Wankong coldly snorted and glanced at everyone. Even if you want to argue, wait until I'm done. I'll give you face. Wuma Zhuxing indifferently said. Francisco Qingyang said, I hope what you have to say won't make me feel like I came here for nothing. Of course not. You should know that Xingyue and I were killed in the fog forest in the land of absolute beginning because of the Holy Council, right? Jiang Wankong said indifferently. Of course we know. Let's get straight to the point. Wuma Zhuxing said. The other three nodded. All right, if there's a chance to control a passage that leads directly to the creation divine realm, are you interested? Jiang Wankong said indifferently. What? Shock flashed in the eyes of Wu Ma and the other three. Chapter 3652. Many experts died in the battle in the fog forest, and they all died in the hands of this man. Jiang Wankong waved his hand gently, and an image constructed with spirit qi appeared in front of everyone. The image was lifelike, apart from the fact that it had been shrunk many times. Everything that had happened in the fog forest that day had been meticulously sketched out. He drew it out. Sakya Shinkong. Wuma Xingxing and the rest focused their attention on Sakya Shinkong. Although the image was created by Jiang Wankong's spiritual qi, they could still feel an extremely heavy pressure from Sakya Shinkong's body. No matter, regardless of whether it was the absolute beginning land or the Tyli land, all the young geniuses were suppressed by Sakya Shinkong to the point that they could not even lift their heads. Fortunately, Sakya Shinkong rarely showed himself. So this is the Willow Emperor. Although I have heard of it, I have never seen it with my own eyes. I received the news too late this time. If it was earlier, even I would have rushed over. I don't know if I am lucky or unlucky. Francisco Qingyang sighed slightly. Ouyang Xinhua frowned and looked at him with a hint of coldness in her eyes. That's not what you should be concerned about, Jiang Wankong said calmly. Next, in the image, Sakya Shinkong stepped on a lotus and walked towards Ning Qi with a compassionate smile on his face. In the end, in less than half a breath of time, everyone saw Sakya Shinkong's body explode by Ning Qi. In the process, Sakya Shinkong did not even have the ability to resist. Are you serious? The image you created with spirit qi isn't fake, right? Alioth Palace's chief disciple exclaimed subconsciously. Not only was Sakya Shinkong the #1 expert of the young generation in the absolute beginning land, but even the young cultivators in the surrounding Tai Li, Tai Yin, Tai Huang realms and other realms could not be compared to him. Rumor had it that he was an emperor in his previous life. Moreover, he recalled the memories of his previous life, which allowed him to reach the immortal realm at such a young age and walk ahead of all his peers. Such a terrifying existence, a peerless prodigy who had suppressed the prodigies of all realms, had been blown apart by a single punch from an unknown dark cultivator? There was also a trace of shock in Wuma Sentinel's eyes. Hearing it and seeing it with her own eyes were completely different. Furthermore, she realized that Ning Qi's appearance gave her an extremely familiar feeling, as though she had seen him somewhere before. Of course. Jiang Wankong gently waved his hand and the image disappeared. Continue. Francisco Qingyang frowned. After that, our fleshly bodies were destroyed. How could we continue? Jiang Wankong snorted coldly. Then why do you want us to see this? What does this have to do with the creation divine realm? Where is the passageway? I heard that the passage to the fortune divine realm wasn't opened at all. Francisco Qingyang sneered. The passage has been opened. The dark cultivator who killed Sakya Shinkong is the passageway to the creation divine realm because... Jiang Wankong smiled and waved his hand again. This time, the image constructed with spiritual energy was still of the dense fog forest. However, other than the cultivators who were obviously here to watch the show, Ning Qi was nowhere to be seen. Even Lu Huang had disappeared. There were many traces of roots left on the ground. Lu Huang has disappeared. Wuma Sentinel and the rest exchanged glances and saw the crux of the matter. Lu Huang had stayed in the dense fog forest for so many years without moving. It was not because he was lazy, but because of his unique attribute. Before reaching the Emperor realm and transforming into a human, he was basically unable to leave the soil. The price for leaving was the consumption of his lifespan. Since that day, no one has seen Lu Huang again. The various forces have sent some experts to guard the perimeter, but they did not see any trace of Lu Huang. Lu Huang seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Jiang Wankong smiled. According to our speculation, Lu Huang should have gone to the creation divine realm, and the one who sent him there was probably that dark cultivator. As for his name, I already know it. Speaking of which, his origins are somewhat related to us. Ouyang Xinhua said. Oh. Francisco Qingyang and the others looked at each other, and a trace of doubt appeared in their hearts. They were related to this dark cultivator? What was going on? That child's name is Ning Qi. He entered our ancient star pavilion hundreds of years ago and was first an outer disciple before being promoted to an inner disciple. His cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. In less than a few hundred years, he went from the peak of the Karma realm to the peak of the Heavens Mandate realm. In addition, his ancient star physique was also tempered to the 7th rank. Later, he killed a core disciple of our Alcade Star Palace and became a core disciple. I didn't care about such a character, but I didn't expect him to be a dark cultivator. He secretly learned the ancient star physique in the ancient star pavilion. No wonder no one saw him when he advanced. Jiang Tianshu said, "What? This person is a cultivator of our ancient star pavilion?" Francisco Qingyang and the others were shocked. I remember now. I've seen him in the outer disciple competition. His performance was average, and he does have some talent. Wuma Xingxing's eyes narrowed. She finally remembered when she had seen Ningqi. Then she looked at Jiang Tianshu with a strange expression. If it wasn't for Jiang Tianshu returning like a king and taking away Fei Xuanzi's chief head disciple position, he would have been the focus of the outer sect competition. As a result, the focus of the outer court competition had been placed on the two of them. Logically speaking, with the combat strength that Ningqi had displayed, he should have been rewarded by Fei Xuanzi. Conforming to the rules, I think this child is a 5th step cultivator who hid his cultivation. Even Sakie Shinkong couldn't beat him. If he had attacked us back then, would the chief heads of the 7-star palaces be able to withstand 2 moves from him? There was a flash of fear in Francisco Qingyang's eyes. His strength isn't his own. If he had such means from the beginning, how could he have been forced into the fog forest? Jiang Wankong said calmly, "So, you're saying that he opened the creation god domain, and he obtained a treasure that can temporarily or permanently increase his strength from it?" Wuma Xingxing looked at Jiang Wankong. Chapter 36:53. Capture him. Francisco Qingyang frowned. Even Shakyamuni Shinkong died in his hands. As far as I know, the body of the barbarian ancestor of the southern border was also destroyed by him. This old bastard has lived for too long. Now that his body has been destroyed, it is very likely that he will completely die. Death, thrown into the infinite worlds of reincarnation. Do you think that the 7 of us can capture him together? I'm afraid we'll all be killed in an instant. That's right. Wuma nodded. Although the creation divine realm is tempting, our lives are more important. If our bodies are destroyed, we won't even be able to keep our positions as chief attendants. After she finished speaking, she looked at Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xinyue. Don't worry, we can set up a trap to lure him here. At that time, if he's really too strong for us to deal with, the masters of the star palaces, the elders of the main branches, and even the pavilion master might personally take action. Jiang Tianshu calmly said, "You're saying, lure him to the ancient star pavilion?" Francisco Qingyang was startled, and there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. That's not possible, right? He should know that his identity has been exposed. How would he dare to come to the ancient star pavilion? Wuma said, "You said he's a Heaven's Mandate realm cultivator?" Jiang Tianshu smiled. "If there's a chance to enter the reincarnation cycle, do you think he'll give it a try?" A chance to enter the reincarnation cycle. Wuma muttered to himself. Even if he has the creation divine realm, if he can't enter the reincarnation cycle, he won't be able to break through to the reincarnation realm. If it was me, I'd give it a try. The Dark Parliament also has their own methods to break through. Why do you think he'll come here instead of going to the Dark Parliament? Francisco Qingyang asked. Now that the gate of good fortune has changed, if the passageway really merges with him, if it were me, I definitely wouldn't return to the Dark Parliament because there's a high possibility that the Dark Parliament will use me as a moving passageway and they won't let him break through again. Otherwise, the Darkness Parliament will lose its right to enter the Fortune Divine Realm when it grows stronger and loses control. Jiang Tianshu smiled. So he must be worried about how to break through to the reincarnation state. As long as you and I suggest that the sect open the advancement day in advance, All core disciples of the ancient star pavilion who are at the peak of the fate state will receive the advancement day. Now that he has obtained the right to enter the reincarnation of myriad worlds, there is a high chance that he will come here. If that's the case, just inform the palace masters directly. Wu Ma said, "It's not that simple. I don't intend to let the higher-ups of the sect know about this." Jiang Tianshu smiled. "What, are you going to hide it from them?" Francisco Qingyang froze for a moment, and there was a hint of surprise in his tone. "That's right. If they obtain this child, they will set their sights on the true disciples who have yet to break through to the 5th step. The price of sending us in is extremely high. If 1 or 2 of those true disciples obtain a fortuitous encounter, then the price for us to enter will be extremely high. Can this person keep his position as the chief disciple?" Jiang Tianshu smiled faintly. "Indeed, that's how you managed to steal Fei Xuanzi's position back then." Wu Ma nodded. Jiang Tianshu ignored her and looked at the others. "What do you all think? Do you want to cooperate?" "We can cooperate, but we need to discuss the details." Francisco Qingyang nodded lightly. "Of course." Jiang Tianshu's lips curled up as a face appeared in his mind. The Ning family is really hard to deal with. Creation Realm Training Ground. Willow King stared at the space above Ningqi's head, dumbfounded. The willow branches on its body seemed to be a bit messy with its mood. Although it didn't have a connate spirit treasure, it had lived for so many years. It was extremely shocked when it found out that Ningqi had the ability to refine spirit treasures. Spirit Treasure Master. This was a special occupation. Among the countless occupations in the God Luo world, the Numinous Treasure Master was undoubtedly the number one. Heavenly Source Master, Demon Tamer, etc. There wasn't a single occupation that could compare to the Numinous Treasure Master. Even the lowest grade Spirit Treasure Master could only upgrade a first grade Spirit Treasure to a second grade Spirit Treasure Master in a place like Taichu Taili. However, it was rare for a Spirit Treasure Master to become a consecrated Spirit Treasure. Therefore, neither the Dark Parliament nor the Ancient Star Pavilion could invite a Spirit Treasure Master to be a consecrated Spirit Treasure. But now Willow Emperor was witnessing with his own eyes that Ningqi was raising the grade of a 7th grade connate numinous treasure. In Willow King's memory, only the Primordial Land had such a Spirit Treasure Master who could upgrade a 7th grade Spirit Treasure. Even in the Primordial Land, such a high-level Spirit Treasure Master was extremely rare. It was very likely that the Spirit Treasure Master had already reached the Emperor Realm, while Ningqi was only at the 4th step of the Heavens Mandate Realm. Above Ningqi's head, the Demon Refining Gourd was constantly spinning. This time, all the lunar glazed silver he had obtained had fused with the Demon Refining Gourd. In terms of size, the Demon Refining Gourd was at least 3 times larger than before. At the same time, the black color on its surface had become pure, like a dark night without any light. Even if there was light shining on it, it wouldn't be able to refract it at all. It was like a black hole that devoured all light. The aura of the Demon Refining Gourd had long been restored to the 7th grade. Now its aura had reached the peak of the 7th grade and was advancing towards the 8th grade. The power in Ningqi's body was constantly being absorbed by the Demon Refining Gourd. This wasn't ordinary power. It was the mysterious power that was derived from the 9 Hell treasure refining technique and was extremely beneficial to spirit treasures. The source of this power happened to come from Ningqi's pinky. Cultivators without Emperor bones, even if they cultivated the 9 Hell treasure refining technique, would not become a spirit treasure master. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Ningqi's forehead. It had been more than 3 years since he started to refine the Demon Purification Gourd. In the past 3 years, if it weren't for the fact that the quality of the lunar glazed silver was extremely high and that his physical body was extremely vigorous, he would not have been able to refine 10% of his golden body. However, The refinement of the demon purification gourd might have failed halfway because of physical exhaustion. Bang! Right when Ning Qi vaguely felt that he might not be able to hold on any longer, the spiritual energy in the air suddenly became violent, as if a bomb had exploded right above his head. Then all the spiritual energy surged into the demon purification pot. The demon refining gourd was like a bottomless pit, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy within a radius of 500 miles. In just a dozen breaths, the nearby spiritual energy had been completely absorbed, and it did not stop there. It began to absorb the spiritual energy within a radius of 500 miles. Spirit energy. The time taken to brew a cup of tea passed. Chapter 3654. Is this spirituality? There was a flash of surprise in Ning Qi's eyes. When he first obtained this 7th grade demon purification gourd, it was a defective product. Not only did it only have a little power left, but its spirituality was also destroyed. Now he had upgraded the demon purification gourd to 8th grade. After that, Ning Qi felt a trace of spirituality from the demon purification gourd. Logically speaking, not only has its grade recovered, but it has also been upgraded by a level. It should have a complete spirituality. Now, there is only a trace of spirituality. Could it be that the original grade of the demon purification gourd was above 8th grade? Ning Qi pondered for a moment. Then his eyes fell on the demon purification gourd. He stretched out his hand, and the demon purification gourd disappeared between his eyebrows. At the same time, whether it was the Mountain River tablet, the immortal slaying gourd, or the fire qilin that had been resting in the Grand Supreme Lord Elixir Furnace, they all seemed to have sensed the aura of the demon purification gourd. Sensing the air of the demon purification pot, they all transformed in Ning Qi's sea of consciousness. 8th grade demon purification gourd. The Mountain River demon lord looked a little serious. Oh my God! The little gourd looked at the demon purification gourd with envy and fear. How long have I been asleep? The fire qilin was confused. In such a short time, Ning Qi actually obtained an 8th grade primordial spirit treasure. With this treasure, he should be able to occupy a place in the Shanluo realm, right? At least he would be able to occupy a place and establish a sect. Why hasn't it appeared yet? Is it trying to show us its strength? The little gourd looked at the Mountain River demon lord and felt a little uncertain. Its spirituality has been destroyed. Even though it is 8th grade, it still hasn't developed a complete spirituality like you and me. The Mountain River demon lord said after watching for a while. Its spirituality has been destroyed. The little gourd was slightly stunned. Then it smiled and said to the Mountain River demon lord, Mountain River demon lord, you are really knowledgeable. The demon purification gourd didn't have spirituality, which made the little gourd feel relieved. This meant that it didn't need to please a senior from the spirit treasure realm for the next period of time. Now that the ancient star body has reached the 9th level, and the prison suppressing dragon elephant sacred art has reached the 88th level, the basic strength of my body has been improved a lot. If I open the 9 inner hidden gates, I don't know if my right arm can support my full strength. Throw a few punches. Ning Qi faintly felt that if he went all out right now, 10% of his golden body might not be enough to support such a high intensity of power. His power might have already exceeded the limit that an early-stage undead realm expert could bear. If he could condense 20% of his golden body, then his left arm would also be able to condense with the golden body transformation. He would probably be able to go all out without any worries. Apart from that, he had gained a lot from this trip to the absolute beginning land. Not only had his main body's battle prowess increased by several times, but the devil refining gourd had also reached the 8th grade. However, the most important thing was that he had signed a life-sharing contract with Emperor Liu. If he was in danger, he didn't need to use anything. Zhan could directly summon Willow Sovereign and make his opponent suffer. when Jiang Tianshu suddenly appeared and snatched away Fei Xuanzi's chief seat in a domineering manner, Ning Qi had felt a great deal of pressure. At that time, he was just a Karma Realm cultivator. Compared to Jiang Tianshu, there was an entire grade difference. Moreover, Jiang Tianshu was not an ordinary cultivator. His aptitude and talent were excellent. Under normal circumstances, by the time Ning Qi cultivated to the Undying Realm, Jiang Tianshu would have already reached the Undying Realm, or even the Undying Realm. Adding on the grade 8 demon refining gourd, Jiang Tianshu's combat strength was within the Undying Realm. He was definitely comparable to the advanced stage of the Undying Realm or even the Great Perfection Realm. But now, Jiang Tianshu could no longer pressure Ning Qi. Ning Qi had even killed a Heaven's Pride like Sakya Shinkong. Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xinyue could be considered Heaven's Prides at Jiang Tianshu's level, and he had also killed them before. Emperor Liu, focus on your breakthrough. If anything happens, I will call you directly. At that time, don't hold back. It's best if you destroy their immortal palace. Ning Qi looked at Emperor Liu and smiled. The willow branch wrote a few words on the ground. Definitely destroy them. Immemorial Star Pavilion. The chief disciples of the 7 astral palaces were gathered here today, sitting on the sacrificial altar. They were like 7 morning stars, and the many true inheritors stood guard around them. Beyond them were the core disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples. Among the core disciples, there was Situ Changkong, who had a feud with Ning Qi, and Yu Qizhini, who had been forcibly recruited by the Covenant of Darkness. Among the core disciples, there were also cultivators that Ning Qi knew, such as Yi Buhui, Feng Shitian, and so on. Among the inner disciples, there was Ju, Qianbei, Feng Litian, Feng Yin, the Ninth Spirit, Feng Moran, Xiong Lai, Zhang Jingtao, and Fei Luo were all present. Everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Tianshu's group of 7. This time, the Immemorial Star Pavilion had opened the advancement day ahead of schedule because of their suggestion. After a short discussion, the palace masters of the 7 major star palaces had agreed. This advancement day was different from the past. In the past, rewards were based on merit. Once you had accumulated enough merit points, an elder would open the reincarnation realm and send you in to find an opportunity to break through to the reincarnation state. This time, all the cultivators at the peak of the fate realm would have a chance to enter the reincarnation realm without having to pay merit points. Therefore, many cultivators at the peak of the fate realm who had received the news stopped what they were doing and rushed back to the Immemorial Star Pavilion. The Immemorial Star Pavilion had returned. 1 year. Jiang Tianshu and the others released the news that they would only wait for 1 year. After 1 year, if any disciples at the peak of the fate realm returned from the Immemorial Star Pavilion, they would automatically lose the right to advance. That guy is at the peak of the fate realm, right? After disappearing for so many years, he should be back this time. However, the Dark Parliament might have other plans for him? Yu Qizhini glanced around and didn't see Ning Qi. He guessed inwardly, although he had heard about what had happened in the Absolute Beginning Land. He didn't know that Ning Qi was the main character. Senior apprentice Brother Ning should have the qualifications to advance, but it has already been 9 months. There are only 3 months left until the day of advancement fully opens. I don't know if senior apprentice Brother Ning will miss it. Qian Beijiu said in a low voice. Feng Litian, who was standing next to him, smiled and shook his head. Unless Senior Brother Ning is too far away from the ancient Star Pavilion and can't come back, as long as he receives the news, he will definitely come back. If he misses this opportunity, he will have to waste it again. Only with a huge amount of merit points can the elders help to open the Myriad Realms reincarnation. Not bad. Feng Yin nodded. Then, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He secretly glanced at Jiang Tianshu and the others on the altar and said in a low voice, "This time, why did the 7 chief senior brothers suggest that the sect open the advancement day earlier? And why are the rules different from the past? Chapter 3655. What? Then wouldn't we have to go to the battlefield as well? Also, our ancient star pavilion has all kinds of clans. Do we have to attack our own fellow disciples? Jiu Qianbei was shocked. Feng Litian said hesitantly, "That's not possible, right? According to the experience of our ancestors, the war between the myriad races has just begun. How can it be the time for the Shenluo world to start reshuffling the cards so quickly?" Some of the cultivators nearby were also attracted by the topic and began to discuss it. Jiang Tianshu and the others didn't pay any attention to the discussions below the altar. Occasionally, some cultivators at the peak of the fate state would rush back, but they would all fall to the ground. He bowed respectfully to the 7 people on the stage, and then returned to the ranks of the core disciples, waiting excitedly for the day of advancement. The other core disciples who hadn't reached the peak of the fate state were both jealous and full of complicated feelings. "You're all ignorant." A tall and slender female cultivator cast an indifferent glance at Feng Litian and the others as she spoke with a disdainful tone. "Oh, what's your opinion?" Qian Mei choked on his wine, but when he saw the female cultivator's appearance, his expression immediately changed. He hurriedly took a few steps forward and revealed a fawning smile. "So it's Junior Martial Sister Zhou." "Junior Martial Sister Zhou. Could it be that you know Chief Senior Martial Brothers are holding an early banquet? Is it the purpose of the rising sun?" Upon seeing this, Feng Litian could not help but cast a mocking glance at Jiu Qianbei. Although Zhou Yu was only an inner sect disciple and a Karma Realm cultivator, her background was a bit mysterious. It was said that she was related to a certain elder from the main branch, so she was very popular among the inner sect disciples. She was extremely beautiful, so even among the core disciples, there were some cultivators who admired her. After Zhou Yu spoke, everyone's gazes landed on her. Because of her connections and background, it was very likely that she really knew something that they did not. "Have you heard about the reopening of the creation god realm in the land of absolute beginning?" Zhou Yu smiled faintly. "That thing. I've heard of it. But as far as I know, the creation divine domain hasn't been successfully opened. Senior brothers, what is the fortune divine domain?" "You're really ill-informed. You don't even know what the fortune divine domain is. That was a mysterious place used by various top sects in ancient times to nurture their geniuses. It was said that there were countless opportunities in the fortune divine realm. Even emperor realm existences were extremely rare. I yearned to enter it, but for some unknown reason, the divine realm of creation was closed for a period of time. This trial was countless ancient times. There's actually such a place in Shenluo world." Some people were shocked. "Junior Sister Zhou, is this advancement day related to the creation divine realm?" someone asked. "Not bad." Zhou Yu spoke indifferently. "The divine domain of creation has been reopened, although it hasn't been too smooth, and there are dark cultivators stirring up trouble. It won't affect the top-rate sects of the primeval age from regaining control of the passageway to the divine domain of creation. The prodigy, who has been dormant for many years, will definitely soar to the top." "What does this have to do with our ancient star system pavilion?" "The ancient star pavilion is a top sect in the Tai Li continent and shouldn't be weaker than the top sects in the ancient star system. If they can control the passage, we should be able to as well." "Ridiculous." Zhou Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. "The primeval lands aren't as simple as you think. All of you have stayed in Tai Li for too long and have already become frogs at the bottom of a well. But today, I'll only talk about the divine realm of creation. Spend some origin essence stones to investigate." After pausing for a moment, Zhou Yu continued, "After the fortune realm opens, not everyone can casually enter. The lower the cultivation, the lower the price to enter. Even our ancient star pavilion will only be able to send a few undead realm cultivators in before we use up all our resources in recent years. Therefore, it's best for those who enter to be at the rebirth realm, to be at the immemorial realm. The 7 chief disciples suggested that the palace masters open the advancement day in advance, so that those who have reached the rebirth realm can go to the immemorial realm. We will fight for a chance to enter the creation divine realm. After everyone heard this, their expressions became somewhat solemn. After all, they were too young and didn't know how powerful the creation god realm was. After hearing Zhou Yu's words, they knew that even the ancient star pavilion was paying close attention to the creation god realm. Their hearts were filled with hope for those who were about to advance. The senior brothers and sisters at the rebirth realm were extremely envious. If senior brother Ning can advance to the rebirth realm, I'm afraid he has a high chance of entering the creation god realm with his strength. Zhu Qianbei suddenly said. Feng Litian and Feng Yin nodded in agreement. The other core disciples knew who Zhu Qianbei was talking about, but no one refuted him. The battle between Ning Qi and Bai Xiaoqiu had directly confirmed his position as the number 1 core disciple. However, he hadn't broken through to the rebirth realm yet. Once he did, he would definitely become a core disciple. Ha! A sneer suddenly entered everyone's ears. Everyone looked up, and their expressions suddenly became extremely strange. Someone bowed in a low voice. Senior Brother Bai. Greetings, Senior Brother Bai. Everyone bowed. The newcomer was Bai Xiaoqiu, who had his body destroyed by Ning Qi. After he reformed his body, his cultivation had fallen to the late destiny realm. After many years of hard work, he had recovered to the peak of the destiny realm. Last time, Ning Qi not only destroyed his physical body and damaged his origin, but also destroyed his primordial spiritual treasure, the Chakravarti Pagoda, and took away his interspatial ring. Therefore, after Bai Xiaoqiu reformed his physical body, he swore to make Ning Qi pay with his blood. This matter would occasionally spread among the low-level cultivators, but no one took it seriously. After all, Bai Xiaoqiu wasn't Ning Qi's match back then. How could he beat Ning Qi after his body was destroyed? You're full of confidence in Ning Qi? Bai Xiaoqiu looked at Zhu Qianbei indifferently. Zhu Qianbei's face immediately revealed an embarrassed smile. Senior Brother Bai, You don't have to say any more. I know that you are Ning Qi's lackey. The rest of you are too. Ha. If Ning Qi can make it back in time to enter the reincarnation realm, I'll definitely make him kneel and beg for mercy. As for you guys, wash your necks. Bai Xiaoqiu grinned, then turned around and left. The faces of Zhu Qianbei and the others suddenly became extremely ugly. Bai Xiaoqiu had openly threatened his junior brother of the same sect. It could be imagined that after his body was destroyed by Ning Qi, his mentality had changed greatly. He had become very extreme. *T. He wants to kill senior brother Ning? Feng Yin couldn't help but curse. Many people secretly nodded, thinking that Bai Xiaoqiu had vented his anger in front of them. Not necessarily. Bai Xiaoqiu has a brother who has been in the reincarnation cycle for many years. He's bound to run into him when he goes to the reincarnation cycle at the peak of fate state. Zhou Yu suddenly said. Feng Litian and the others' expressions sank. A few more months passed. Just as the 1-year deadline was about to end, a figure appeared in the ancient star pavilion. Chapter 3656. After Ning Qi left the training grounds of the divine domain of creation, he originally intended to bring Wang Shui and Ling Tian to the primordial lands and wait for the matter this time to pass before making a trip to the god Luo mystic realm. As for the matter of breaking through to the rebirth realm, he arranged for it to be done in the god Luo mystic realm, behind the domain. After all, the Dark Parliament couldn't go back, and they couldn't enter the reincarnation cycle in a short period of time. Not long after, he received news that the ancient star pavilion was holding an advancement day and was planning to send all peak heavens mandate realm cultivators to the myriad worlds. Realm Samsara was looking for an opportunity to break through, and it didn't cost anything. Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xinyue were the chief disciples of the ancient star pavilion. Both of them had their bodies destroyed by Ning Qi, and their celestial palaces were seriously injured. In Ning Qi's view, they wouldn't be able to reform their bodies in a short period of time. However, it couldn't be ruled out that the two of them had hidden some of the resources they needed to reform their bodies. These resources could help them quickly reform their bodies. If the two of them had already reformed their bodies, it was likely that the ancient star system pavilion had already done so. After learning about Ning Qi's actions in the absolute beginning land, his identity as a dark cultivator was naturally exposed. Under these circumstances, returning to the ancient star system pavilion was like walking into a trap. Of course, there was another possibility. All of this could be a trap to lure him back to the ancient star system pavilion. However, such a trap was not very fatal to Ning Qi at the moment. The system had been reopened, and he also had the 8th grade demon refining gourd with him. At the same time, in the training field of the god of creation realm, there was Willow Emperor, who was at the great perfection of the eternal realm, and Wang Shui, who was also at the great perfection of the eternal realm. If it wasn't for the suppression of the Emperor realm, Ning Qi would have been unable to escape. The ancient star pavilion was simply too simple. Risk was also accompanied by opportunity. If he could enter the myriad world reincarnation this time, Ning Qi was very confident that he could reach the rebirth realm. Once he reached this realm, the undead realm would not be far away. Senior Silver Dragon, if a great emperor really does show up, please help me stop him, Ning Qi muttered to himself and flew toward the ancient star system pavilion. Although he didn't hear the Silver Dragon's answer, he believed that the Silver Dragon would come forward to help. After all, the two of them were in the same boat. Since the Silver Dragon hadn't come forward to stop him from coming to the ancient star system pavilion, it meant that it had agreed to Ning Qi's request. This operation, so many people, Ning Qi smoothly entered the ancient star pavilion. When he arrived at the altar, there were already hundreds of thousands of ancient star pavilion cultivators gathered. Most of them were outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples. The number of core disciples and above was small, but there were 7. In the great astral palace, there were close to 1,000 core members. Ning Qi did not even need to check the system's attributes to know the names of some of them. Ning Qi appeared without a sound. Even Jiang Tianshu and the others, who had been waiting for him on the altar, didn't notice him. It was all thanks to the golden body of his right arm. Now that he had tempered himself to 10% of the golden body, his control over his aura was far beyond that of anyone in the same stage as him. Therefore, as long as Ning Qi deliberately concealed his aura, Jiang Tianshu and the other cultivators in the undead realm would not be able to detect him in a short time. Senior apprentice brother Ning, Feng Litian, who was chatting with Zhu, Qianbei, and Feng Yin, suddenly sensed someone standing beside him. He could not help but glance over. At the same time, a voice rang in his ears. "Quiet, let me ask you a few questions. Senior apprentice brother Ning, please ask." Feng Litian hurriedly transmitted his voice over. Did anything big happen in the ancient star pavilion during this period of time? Ning Qi smiled. Something big. Does the advancement day count? Feng Litian was stunned for a moment. Nope. Then nothing. Feng Litian shook his head. At this time, Jiao Qianbei and Feng Yin finally noticed Ning Qi's arrival. Jiao Qianbei immediately repeated Bai Xiaoqiu's threat from beginning to end. He did not miss a single word and even imitated Bai Xiaoqiu's tone. I got it. Ning Qi just nodded lightly, and his eyes fell on one of the true disciples. Who's secretly cursing me? Yu Qi Zhini suddenly sneezed. He glanced around gloomily but found nothing. The eyes that looked at him were nothing but awe, envy, worship, and so on. Yu Qi Zhini, has my identity as a dark cultivator been exposed? Ning Qi's voice suddenly exploded in Yu Qi Zhini's ears. Yu Qi Zhini's expression did not change, but a storm was set off in his heart. When he locked on to Ning Qi's position, he immediately transmitted his voice over. What did you say? How did your identity as a dark cultivator get exposed? Jiu Qianbei and the other status is too low, so it's normal that they don't know. But they don't even know Yu Qizhini? Are they going to be like the heavenly grandmother sect, hiding the news and waiting for me to walk into their trap? Or is my identity not exposed yet? Ning Qi's eyes lit up. On the altar, Ning Qi immediately saw Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xinyue's figures. Since the two of them had reformed their physical bodies, it meant that there was no way for him to hide what had happened in the mist forest. Someone would definitely ask them about his appearance. Was it because he had no sense of existence in the ancient star system pavilion, so no one recognized his appearance? Why don't you explain things clearly? Why do you think they recognized you? Seeing that Ning Qi didn't answer, Yu Qizhini became anxious. If Ning Qi's identity was exposed, then what about his identity? Could he still hide it? Although he had been forced to become a dark cultivator, whether it was voluntary or not, becoming a dark cultivator made him an enemy of the Holy Assembly. If his identity was exposed, Yu Qizhini wasn't confident he could escape the ancient star system pavilion. I was the one who destroyed Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xinyue's bodies. They have seen my appearance. Ning Qi faintly said. His current appearance was not his original appearance, or else Jiang Tianshu would have recognized him. However, he had entered the ancient star system pavilion with this appearance. If he changed his appearance, he would not be able to prove he was a core disciple and would not be able to enter the infinite world. Reincarnation. What did you say? You destroyed their bodies? Are you kidding me? Their bodies were destroyed by a dark cultivator from the absolute beginning land. That dark cultivator also killed the young abbot of the 10,000 Buddha temple, a genius of the immortal realm, Sakya Shinkong. You said you did it? You think I... There was a flash of anger in Yu Qizhini's eyes, but the more he spoke, the more shocked he became. Ning Qi had no reason to use this to fool him. Could it be that what Ning Qi said was true? You really did it? Yu Qizhini carefully looked at Ning Qi. Yes, but your cultivation base. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Chapter 36:57. Escape. Ning Qi smiled and said, They're going to open the 10,000 realms reincarnation cycle. Why should I escape? Do you want to die? If they discover your identity, forget entering the 10,000 realms reincarnation cycle. You won't even be able to leave the ancient star system pavilion. Yu Qizhini said with a hint of disbelief in his voice. He found it hard to imagine that Ning Qi would choose to return to the ancient star system pavilion for such a thing. The risk was so high that even a fool wouldn't make such a choice. The path of cultivation is not always smooth. Opportunities are often accompanied by risks. Ning Qi smiled. That's true, but you're gambling too much. Yu Qizhini hesitated. However, I didn't hear that your identity has been exposed. Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xinyue should recognize you when you get off the altar, right? They won't have a chance to speak. Ning Qi said calmly. Hiss! Yu Qizhini gasped and could no longer pretend to be calm. What did Ning Qi mean by that? Was he planning to attack Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xinyue today? Don't act recklessly. Yu Qizhini said with a serious expression. I'll act according to the situation. If it's impossible, I won't force it. Ning Qi said calmly. Yu Qizhini couldn't help but curse in his heart. It didn't matter if Ning Qi exposed his identity, as long as it didn't affect him. It wasn't easy for him to climb step by step from a low-rank cultivator to his current position. In the future, he would have a chance to reach the undying realm. However, if he died because of Ning Qi's reckless actions, it wouldn't be worth it. There was a moment when Yu Qizhini wanted to turn over a new leaf and directly report Ning Qi's identity. Perhaps this way he would be forgiven by the sect? However, the moment this idea appeared, it was overturned by Yu Qizhini himself. The Holy Parliament's attitude toward dark cultivators was never one to compromise. They would kill on sight. Over the years, Countless dark cultivators had died to the boundless cultivators. The number of limitless border cultivators in the warriors' hands was also terrifying. Both sides didn't have any leeway to ease up. Just like day and night, impossible to coexist. Time passed day by day. Soon, it was the last day of the 1-year period. More than 30 peak Fate State cultivators had returned from the outside world. They were all famous core disciples of the ancient Star Pavilion. Some of them had been staying in the sect. The rest were all in the outside world. Some of them had even started to participate in the War of 10,000 Races. After receiving the news, they tried their best to rush back. 1 year is too short. Among the core cultivators of the ancient Star Pavilion, there should be more than 50 at the peak of the Fate State. There's still more than 20 people who haven't shown up. They must be too far away from the sect and couldn't make it back in time. Rest. It's a pity that I've lost this opportunity. The next advancement day will probably be the same as before. Rewards will be given based on merit. Without merit points, I won't be qualified to enter the myriad worlds of reincarnation. Perhaps, but this advancement day is different from the past. It's hard to guarantee that the future advancement days won't be the same. If the future advancement days don't require merit points, it'll be too beneficial for us. As long as we work hard to break through, we'll be able to reach the heavens. As long as we work hard and reach the peak of the Fate realm, we'll have a chance to enter the reincarnation realm and become a core disciple. The discussion didn't affect Jiang Tianshu and the others. The 7 chief head disciples opened their eyes one after another and looked at each other. He didn't come back. Francisco Qingyang said faintly, "It seems that this kid has guessed that we've seen through his identity." Star recorder Wuma sighed softly. Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xinyue's expressions were extremely ugly. This was their chance for revenge. If Ningqi didn't show up, it would be extremely difficult for them to take revenge next time. Let's start. Jiang Tianshu slowly stood up. The other 6 stood up as well. The 7 of them clasped their hands at the direction of the main sect and said, "Welcome, Elder Pavilion." All the cultivators at the peak of the Heavens Mandate realm were excited. They had been cultivating for so many years just for this day. They would have a chance to reach the reincarnation state if they could enter the myriad worlds of reincarnation. By then, their strength would skyrocket and they would be qualified to become immortal. As for the core disciples, they were quite calm. They had seen and experienced this many times. The core disciples who hadn't reached the peak of the Fate State were envious. Inside and outside the sect, the core disciples were far weaker than the Fate State. Even if they were at the Fate State, they might not have a chance to reach the peak of the Fate State. Therefore, they were just here to watch the show. The reincarnation of reincarnation is indeed opened by those Pavilion Elders. I wonder if Pavilion Elder Duan will come. Ningqi looked at the main sect with anticipation. Pavilion Elder Duan didn't betray him even though he knew that he had established a connection with the primitive star. His attitude toward the Holy Council was different from that of ordinary cultivators. If Pavilion Elder Duan was here, even if Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xinyue said that he was a dark cultivator, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Without concrete evidence, the cultivator couldn't do anything to him. A few breaths later, several silhouettes broke through the air from the main vein. In the blink of an eye, they appeared before the crowd. There were 4 silhouettes in total. Each silhouette exuded an endless amount of pressure. When they appeared, the cultivators below all felt as if there was an invisible force behind them. This mountain pressed fiercely on their hearts, making it difficult for them to even breathe. All 4 of them were at the great circle of the imperishable realm. 3 of them looked to be in their 70s or 80s, and the oldest among them was Grand Secretary Duan, who was holding a walking stick. "Greetings, Pavilion Elder." Everyone from the chief disciples to the outer sect servants bowed respectfully as soon as the 4 of them appeared. Jiang Tianshu was the only one who looked down at the ground as he bowed. a fierce look in his eyes. The other 3 elders did not say a word. Instead, they looked at Grand Secretary Duan. Ning Qi was shocked when he saw that. It seemed that even among the elders, Grand Secretary Duan's status was extremely high. Could it be that Grand Elder Duan is only below the Star Emperor in the ancient Star Pavilion? Ning Qi was secretly shocked. Rise. Grand Secretary Duan glanced around and smiled. She's found me. Ning Qi revealed a wry smile. Grand Secretary Duan's gaze had obviously lingered on him for a while. Even with his current invisible breath technique, he still couldn't hide from an imperishable realm cultivator. Is everyone here? Grand Secretary Duan asked calmly. Grand Secretary Duan, the 1-year deadline is up. Some people couldn't make it back in time, so they were disqualified. Jiang Wankong slowly said. Before Ning Qi destroyed his body, Jiang Wankong was the first among the 7 chief disciples of the ancient Star Pavilion. That was why everyone had sent him here to communicate with Grand Secretary Duan. How many people are there in total? Grand Secretary Duan asked calmly. 30. Jiang Wankong answered. I don't think so. Chapter 3658. 30 became 31. Who was the extra one? Jiang Tianshu and the others turned to look at the figure that had suddenly appeared. Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xinyue's faces almost turned green when they saw who it was. It's this face. There was always a faint smile on his face, as if he didn't care about anything. He was arrogant and unruly. In the fog forest, he had killed Sakya Shinkong with a single punch and destroyed the physical bodies of countless geniuses. Even the 2 of them had been killed by him. Although his cultivation hadn't fallen to the rebirth realm, his battle strength was the weakest among the undead realm cultivators. Jiang Wankong took a deep breath and smiled. I didn't see clearly just now, so another junior brother is back. Ouyang Xinyue also revealed a faint smile. Wu Ma quietly looked at Ning Qi with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Ning Qi's aura was that of a perfect realm heavenly fate. Could it be that he really obtained some kind of opportunity in the creation divine realm that allowed him to temporarily unleash his full strength? Comparing the strength of an undead realm cultivator, Francisco Qingyang calmly glanced at Jiang Tianshu. As for Jiang Tianshu, he sized up Ning Qi for several breaths of time before withdrawing his gaze. You're here after all. Bai Xiaoqiu stood in the crowd and stared at Ning Qi with undisguised hatred in his eyes. He sneered inwardly. You'll know how powerful I am when you reach the reincarnation world. I'll make you pay me back 100-fold for what you owe me. Since everyone is here, please open the reincarnation world and send your junior brothers to find their 9 reincarnation bridges. Jiang Wankong cupped his hands. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. This group of people had obviously recognized him, but they were acting like this. It seemed that they didn't intend to publicly reveal his identity. A few seconds later, the corner of Ning Qi's mouth rose, and a trace of mockery appeared in his eyes. He had already guessed what Jiang Wankong and the others were thinking. If you didn't hide your selfish intentions, I might be in a bit of trouble today. Since you're selfish, don't regret it. Ning Qi laughed inwardly. Once he broke through to the rebirth realm, he wouldn't need to fear Jiang Tianshu and the rest. Back then, Jiang Tianshu suppressed the ancient immortal clan, causing the immortal world to be in a state of desolation for countless years. He also had an unresolvable grudge with his previous life, causing the heavenly Dao family to be everywhere. He had opposed Ning Qi, and now that the Tiandao clan had been destroyed, it was time to settle the old grudge between him and Jiang Tianshu. Yes, Grand Secretary Duan nodded. Then, together with the other 3 Grand Secretaries, they took up positions in the air around the altar. The cultivators down below grew so nervous that even their breathing slowed down. Even one eternal realm cultivator would not be able to withstand such pressure. It was difficult for them to even meet the 4 imperishable realm cabinet elders. Now that 4 imperishable realm cabinet elders were activating the reincarnation of 10,000 realms. Even if they were to observe from the sidelines, they might be able to comprehend something from it. Void annihilation. Only reincarnation is eternal. As Grand Elder Duan murmured, a majestic aura suddenly rose from her body. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to be affected by this aura, creating a strange phenomenon. Void annihilation. Only reincarnation is eternal. The other 3 pavilion elders muttered at the same time. Their auras were clearly weaker than Pavilion Elder Duan's. Ning Qi checked their attribute panels. One of them was in the late stage of the imperishable realm, and the other 2 were only in the middle stage. But while they were only in the middle stage, they were probably no weaker than the palace masters of the 7 Great Star Palace. This was because Ning Qi had seen the palace master of Alcade Star Palace before. Her aura was at most on par with these 2. It was obvious that the palace masters of the 7 Great Star Palace were very likely in the middle. He was between the early stage and middle stage of Death Realm. When the 4 imperishable realm experts attacked at the same time, the strange phenomenon in the sky finally became clear. Everyone seemed to see a crack split open in the sky, and all kinds of sounds came faintly from inside. There were Buddhist sounds, Tao sounds, immortal sounds, devil sounds, and roars. There were howls, mournful howls, sorrowful moans, and indistinct whispers. All kinds of voices mixed together, causing the cultivators below the fate state to suddenly change their expressions. Their faces turned red. Some of the weaker ones spat out a mouthful of blood. They looked up at the sky with pale faces. Their eyes withered, and they looked at the sky in fear. A crack. There is karma in the reincarnation of realms. Cultivators who have not reached the fate state, don't force yourself. If you can't hold on, seal your senses. Otherwise, your state of mind will be damaged too badly, and an irremovable crack will be left behind. You will no longer be able to walk the path of destiny. Jiang Tianchu's voice exploded in everyone's ears. Some of the cultivators who had experienced such a scene had long since sealed off their 6 senses. As for the cultivators who were watching an imperishable stage cultivator open the myriad realms of reincarnation for the first time, after receiving Jiang Tianchu's reminder, they knew what to do. Some directly sealed off their 6 senses. Some of them sealed their senses, while others wanted to see how long they could hold on. This was a great opportunity to hone their state of mind. The longer they held on, the greater the improvement of their primordial spirit. Oh my God, I think I just saw my past life. Me too. I was a dog in my past life. Was it an illusion? The reincarnation of realms is the most mysterious place in the universe. Even the emperors couldn't escape the reincarnation in the end. Our state of mind must have been affected and created an illusion. Otherwise, how could I have been a tree demon in my past life? Did you see that? Jiao Qianbei looked at Feng Litian and the others. Feng Litian and Feng Yin nodded solemnly, but the 2 of them did not say anything. Seeing this, Jiao Qianbei also closed his mouth. What was his past life? This was a secret. Those cultivators who carelessly blurted it out were just too much. They would regret it later. Ning Qi looked serious. He had seen the reactions of the cultivators who were still affected by the karma. He didn't expect that the reincarnation of realms would have such a miraculous effect at the beginning. Was it letting those people see their past lives? If that was the case, then some sects could use this method to find out which of their disciples were stronger in their past lives. They could even find out if they were reincarnated as martial emperors, or if they were reincarnated as 5th step cultivators. Could they be trained precisely that way? Break. Grand Elder Duan chanted and connected his aura with that of the other 3. The 4 forces twisted into a rope and tore a hole in the sky that was more than 100 feet wide. Then, all the cultivators below the fate state suddenly began to move. Then, all the cultivators below the fate state noticed that the murmuring had disappeared. Get in there. One of the pavilion masters shouted. Chapter 36:59. In an instant, Ning Chi suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness and darkness surrounded him. Then his dantian trembled and his body seemed to descend at an extremely fast speed. After 3 breaths of time, Ning Chi's eyes lit up. He appeared in a square, and this square seemed to be located in an ancient city. In the distance, the city walls could be faintly seen. The cultivators of the ancient star pavilion who had come with him were standing around the square. Ning Chi noticed that, apart from the 31 of them, there were many peak fate state cultivators with similar expressions. There were about 100 of them. Their numbers were still increasing. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air, as if they had just arrived from somewhere else. There are countless sects in the divine Luo realm, and there are countless sects like the archaic star pavilion that can open the entrance to the reincarnation cycle. It seems that cultivators at the peak of the fate state are sent here every second. But this is the myriad world wheel. Should we go back? A trace of doubt flashed in the depths of Ning Chi's eyes. Before he came to the infinite realms of reincarnation, he had thought that the infinite realms of reincarnation was an illusory place. But now, regardless of whether it was the touch or the view, it gave Ning Chi an extremely realistic feeling. Moreover, this ancient city seemed to be quite lively. There was an endless stream of pedestrians around, and these pedestrians would occasionally glance at them with different expressions. There was ridicule, schadenfreude, and all sorts of other emotions. The only similarity was that they were all at the peak of the fate state. These fellows looked like wily old foxes. They must have stayed in the myriad worlds of reincarnation for a long time. Ning Chi guessed the identity of these people. From the emotions in their eyes, it could be seen that they did not seem to have just arrived. Junior apprentice Brother Ning, how about we join forces? A graceful figure walked in front of Ning Chi. Her appearance could only be considered average. She was neither beautiful nor ugly, but her eyes were very bright. As she spoke, she looked around vigilantly. You are. Ning Chi frowned slightly. Wei you affect a palace. The woman smiled. It's said that the ruins of reincarnation are filled with danger. Many peak heavens, mandate realm, cultivators died, mysteriously, before they could find the 9 reincarnation bridges. You and I are both from the ancient star pavilion. If we work together, we can find the 9 reincarnation bridges. It will be extremely troublesome. The ruins of samsara? Ning Chi suddenly realized that his understanding of the reincarnation of 10,000 realms seemed very shallow. Why didn't anyone remind him when he was in the Dark Parliament? He didn't know that the Blood Tier commander, the True Spirit, and Chi-E all believed that Ning Chi knew a thing or two about such common sense. Therefore, they never thought of teaching Ning Chi about the advancement wheel of the peak fate state, the process of reincarnation, as well as the common knowledge of the reincarnation of the myriad realms. Ning Chi, I bet you didn't expect that we would meet again in just a few hundred years. Bai Xiaoqiu slowly walked up to Ning Chi with a sinister smile on his face. The crazed look in his eyes made him look like a bomb that could explode at any moment. Several of his brothers glanced at him and subconsciously distanced themselves from Bai Xiaoqiu. Then they left together. Clearly, these guys had reached some kind of agreement in private before entering the infinite worlds of reincarnation. Oh, it's you? You came in as well. Why didn't I see him just now? Ning Chi looked at Bai Xiaoqiu and said with slight surprise, Wei Yu stood aside. She looked at Bai Xiaoqiu and then at Ning Chi with a hint of mockery in her eyes. She had heard about what happened between the two of them, but Wei Yu wasn't in the sect at that time. However, she was well aware of Bai Xiaoqiu's losses, or rather, the core circle of the ancient star pavilion and even the circle of true disciples. After all, a 6th-rank Khanate spirit treasure wasn't something that could be found easily. You! Bai Xiaoqiu's expression changed slightly. He couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Ning Chi said he didn't see him? That was an insult to him. Bai Xiaoqiu chuckled in a low voice. In the sect, you can be arrogant because you have Yu Qizhini to back you up, and no one can destroy your immortal palace. However, in the reincarnation of the myriad realms, death is death, and the immortal palace is useless. I hope you can still be as arrogant as you are now. Bai Xiaoqiu turned around and left without waiting for Ning Qi to speak. Junior brother Ning, you have to be careful. He has a big brother who has been in the ruins of reincarnation for many years. I heard that he befriended a lot of geniuses and is quite powerful. Bai Xiaoqiu's state of mind has been destroyed and he's acting like a madman. There's no guarantee that he won't do something stupid. Junior brother Ning, it's better to avoid him. A few peak heavens mandate realm cultivators from unknown star palaces warned Ning Qi before shaking their heads and leaving. Soon, the cultivators who had arrived at the square around the same time as Ning Qi left. Only those who had just arrived were still looking around in confusion. Junior brother Ning, let's go. Wei Yu smiled faintly and said, I do know a little about Bai Xiaoqiu's elder brother. Among the core disciples, his seniority can be said to be extremely high. Bai Xiaoqiu is at least 3 ages older than him. 3 ancient generations older? A guy who had lived for 3 ancient generations and was still at the peak heavens mandate realm? Ning Qi was suddenly interested. He smiled. Senior sister Wei, let's go. In a certain restaurant in the ruins of reincarnation. Ning Qi had a good understanding of the ruins of reincarnation after talking with Wei Yu for almost an hour. It turned out that the reincarnation of myriad worlds was completely different from what he had imagined. The outside of the ruins of reincarnation was full of mystery. Many dangerous things and realms were hidden in the mist. Many heavens mandate realm cultivators had died in the mist, and they had to enter the mist in order to find the 9 bridges of reincarnation. Many peak heavens mandate realm cultivators were afraid and left the ruins of reincarnation less often. They were even unwilling to enter the mist for hundreds or thousands of years. They spent the rest of their time in the ruins of reincarnation and didn't choose to leave. After all, if they left, they would have to pay a great price the next time they entered the ruins of reincarnation. As a result, many factions and forces appeared in the ruins of reincarnation. The composition of these forces was very complicated. They were formed by people who refused to leave the ruins of reincarnation, and their members came from various forces. Bai Xiaoqiu's big brother, Bai Qilong, was the leader of a similar force. He had stayed in the ruins of reincarnation for too long, so long that no one could tell the exact time. Thus, he had gathered a large group of like-minded people and built a huge network of connections. He had a huge social network and was rather famous in the ruins of reincarnation. Bai Xiaoqiu should be looking for Bai Qilong now. Junior brother Ning, why don't we leave the ruins of reincarnation and see if we're lucky enough? Maybe we can find the 9 bridges of reincarnation that belongs to us? Wei Yu smiled. Chapter 3660. Wei Yu looked at Ning Qi with a half-smile. It seems that you really beat Bai Xiaoqiu up badly last time. He hates you to the bone and can't even wait a day. You're not leaving? In the myriad realms of reincarnation, death means death. You can't even protect the immortal palace. Aren't you afraid that you'll be affected when they fight? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Bai Qilong wouldn't dare touch me. Wei Yu smiled. Our Wei family has many cultivators in the ruins of reincarnation. If Bai Qilong touches me, he will be making an enemy out of Wei family. Do you think he would dare? Your Wei family is very powerful. Ning Qi was slightly surprised. Wei Yu was silent. She carefully examined Ning Qi for a while. Seeing that Ning Qi really didn't seem to know what kind of existence Wei family was, she couldn't help but smile wryly. Junior brother Ning, as a human, have you never heard of the 4 great emperor families? I have. I also know that the human race once had 13 great emperor families. After a war of 10,000 races, the powers were reshuffled. In the end, only 4 families were left, and they were the 4 weakest families. Ning Qi smiled and said, "Your Wei family is one of them." 13 great emperor families? Wei Yu frowned slightly. "I've never heard my elders mention these things. There are no records of them even in the ancient texts." Pausing for a moment, Wei Yu nodded. "The 4 great emperor clans, Jiang, Feng, Wei, and Yu. Our Wei clan and Yu clan are not as active as the Jiang and Feng clans. We have countless disciples roaming the world. Let's take the Jiang clan, for example. There are more than hundreds of thousands of people in the Jiang family, although many of them are destined to serve as foils to the main family. But even so, as a human, there's no reason you haven't heard of my Wei family." Wei Yu had a strange expression. "I've heard of it, but your Wei family and Yu family are really low-key. I haven't heard people mention them in these years, so I can't remember. Please forgive me, Senior Sister Wei Yu." Ning Qi smiled. "That's because our Wei and Yu families' main bloodlines and side branches combined don't have more than 3,000 disciples. In the ancient Star Pavilion, there are only 20 or so disciples from the Wei and Yu families. Unlike the Jiang and Feng families, there are at least hundreds of disciples in the ancient Star Pavilion. In addition, the disciples of my Wei family are either cultivating or on the path of cultivation. We keep a low profile, so it's normal that you haven't heard of us in the sect. However, this doesn't mean that our Wei family is weaker than the Jiang and Feng families. In front of them is the Yu clan. I'm afraid they are much stronger than the 2 clans." Wei Yu said with a smile. "As far as I know, among the 7 chief disciples of the sect before Jiang Tianshu was promoted, 3 of them came from great emperor clans. However, all 3 of them came from the Jiang, Feng, and Yu clans. Now, the Jiang clan has another chief disciple, and your Wei clan doesn't even have a chief disciple. He didn't even get a seat? Why did you say that House Wei was ahead of them?" Ning Qi asked curiously. The commotion outside was getting closer and closer. In a dozen or so breaths, Bai Xiaoqiu's people would arrive. The ancient Star Pavilion isn't the strongest sect in the world. It's so famous in the Tyli land because the cultivators there are generally weak. The truly powerful cultivators are all in the ancient land. That's the place to cultivate. Fang is the center of the entire divine net realm. The cultivators there enter the myriad realms of reincarnation, and the places they arrive at are different from ours. They are in larger and more majestic cities. There was a hint of envy in Wei Yu's words. After a pause, she continued, "The strongest geniuses of our Wei clan have already gone to the ancient land. As for the chief disciple position in the ancient Star Pavilion, they don't care about it at all. Aside from the ruins of reincarnation we're in, there are other huge cities in this fog." Ning Qi heard a key piece of information from Wei Yu's words. The ruins of reincarnation is just a general name. Every giant city has its own name. For example, the giant city we're in is called the Central Capital. There are many similar giant cities outside the mist of the Central Capital. Some are larger than this one, while others are smaller. Some are larger than this, while others are smaller. Otherwise, the divine net realm is so big and has countless peak heavens mandate realm cultivators. If they all came here, this place wouldn't be able to accommodate them even if it was 100 times bigger. Wei Yu smiled. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause rang out. As expected of a disciple of the Wei clan, you know a lot. You've never been to the myriad realms of reincarnation, but you know so much about it. I'm impressed. A young man who looked similar to Bai Xiaoqiu walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor of the restaurant. He clapped and smiled at Wei Yu. There are more than a dozen peak heavens, mandate realm, cultivators behind this young man. Bai Xiaoqiu was among them. Other than Bai Xiaoqiu, the other peak heavens, mandate realm cultivators all gave off a fierce aura. The other diners on the 2nd floor were startled when they saw the young man. They weren't afraid, but there was a hint of wariness in their eyes. "Senior brother Bai, I was only a causality realm cultivator when you were a peak heavens mandate realm cultivator. I didn't expect you to remember me. Wei Yu said with a faint smile. They knew that Bai Qilong had stayed in the central capital for many years, but they didn't expect that a karmic state cultivator would be able to cultivate to the same level as him. The smile on Bai Qilong's face seemed to freeze for a moment, but he quickly returned to his usual smile and said, I'm also very surprised. Junior sister Wei Yu's talent is really outstanding. It hasn't been a long time, but you've already reached the peak of the heavens mandate state. I think with junior sister Wei Yu's aptitude, she must be very talented. With your talent, it won't be long before you find the 9 bridges of reincarnation and leave the central capital, right? I'll congratulate you in advance. Senior brother Bai, you flatter me. Not even 1 in 100 heavens mandate realm cultivators can reach the reincarnation realm. Finding the 9 bridges of reincarnation is not that easy. Wei Yu smiled. Junior sister Wei Yu is too modest. Bai Qilong put on a fake smile and ignored Wei Yu. His gaze fell on Ning Qi, and he laughed. I heard that a lot of geniuses appeared in the sect when I wasn't here. Are you one of them? Senior brother Bai, let's get straight to the point. Bai Xiaoqiu is staring at me so hard that his eyeballs are about to fall out. Since we've already shed all pretense of cordiality, why waste time talking nonsense? Ning Qi smiled. Swish, swish, swish. Several people's gazes fell on Bai Xiaoqiu. Sure enough, they saw an extremely ferocious face. These guys are all cultivators of the ancient Star Pavilion. They don't dare to mess around outside, but now that they've entered the reincarnation realm, it looks like they'll have to settle their scores. This female cultivator should be a disciple of the Wei family. With her here, there shouldn't be a fight, right? In the ruins of reincarnation, who cares what family you're from? Even the royal bloodline of some races can die here. Chapter 3661. Wei Yu glanced at Ning Qi, then at Bai Qilong. She then smiled. It's none of my business. Then she got up and sat at the next table, as if she had nothing to do with it. Bai Qilong heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. If Wei Yu insisted on interfering in this matter, he might have to think of another way. As a fellow human, he naturally didn't wish to offend the great emperor clans of the human race. However, it seemed like Wei Yu and Ning Qi's relationship wasn't very close. However, as long as she didn't interfere, Bai Qilong felt that he had 100 ways to let Ning Qi know how stupid it was to destroy Bai Xiaoqiu's body. Big brother, leave him alive. I want to kill him with my own hands. Only then can I resolve the hatred in my heart. Bai Xiaoqiu grinned. Bai Qilong frowned. Xiaoqiu, you better control your emotions. It's impossible for you to reach the reincarnation realm with your current state of mind. Bai Xiaoqiu was stunned for a moment. Then he stopped grinning and nodded. I know. Bai Qilong then looked at Ning Qi. In the sect, you have the support of a reincarnation realm cultivator. Even if you destroyed Xiaoqiu's body and damaged his origin, no one would stand up for him. However, it's different here. Why is it different? Ning Qi smiled. Just as Xiaoqiu said, you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Do you really think that you're invincible among your peers just because you've refined the 7th rank ancient star body? Bai Qilong looked at Ning Qi with a mocking expression. Golden light circulated around his body, and a powerful aura suddenly rose. 7th rank ancient star body? Wei Yu was surprised. When Bai Qilong first entered the reincarnation realm, his ancient star body was only at the 5th rank, which was above average among the core disciples. She didn't expect that Bai Qilong's ancient star body would reach the 7th rank, even though his cultivation level hadn't improved. As a result, he could barely be considered a body-tempering cultivator, and his strength was definitely much stronger than ordinary peak heavens mandate realm cultivators. No wonder he could establish a force in the central capital. So that's why Wei Yu thought to herself. So what? Is the seventh rank ancient star body that great? Bai Qilong looked at Ning Qi and smiled. The cultivators who followed Bai Qilong all grinned, hoping to see if Ning Qi would be shocked. However, Ning Qi's reaction was completely different from what they had imagined. "Oh," Ning Qi smiled embarrassedly and said, "the rank 7 ancient star body is indeed nothing special." "Hee, now you know fear?" Bai Xiaoqiu tried his best to control his expression, trying his best to look calm, lest Bai Qilong scolded him again. Everyone seemed to hear an explosion in their ears. Then they saw an extremely tyrannical blood qi erupt from Ning Qi's body. The degree of this blood qi was tens of thousands of times stronger than Bai Qilong's. Bai Qilong's qi was extremely powerful. In front of Ning Qi, he suddenly became like a dwarf looking up at a giant. Some of the cultivators passing by the restaurant all stopped in their tracks and looked toward the same direction with bewildered expressions. Such a terrifying aura. Which heaven's favorite has come to the central capital? Let's go and take a look. Soon, many figures appeared on the second floor. They were all passers-by, cultivators who had been attracted by Ning Qi's aura. So it's Bai Qilong. The person he's facing is much stronger than him, but it's a bit similar. He should also be from the ancient star pavilion, right? I heard that Bai Qilong's ancient star body has reached the 7th rank. Then, what realm is this person's ancient star body at? I'm afraid, 9th rank. Bai Qilong looked at Ning Qi in disbelief, his eyes filled with astonishment. When he was still a 5th rank ancient star body, he didn't know how powerful a 9th rank ancient star body was. He could only judge by his imagination. But now he had reached the 7th rank and had a deeper understanding of the ancient star body. Ning Qi's aura was definitely not only at the 8th rank. Only a 9th rank ancient star body could make Ning Qi look like a sun that was constantly releasing flames. A 7th rank ancient star body was equivalent to an early stage rebirth realm cultivator, but it was weaker than a true early stage rebirth realm cultivator. A 8th rank ancient star body could crush an ordinary early stage rebirth realm cultivator, but it was weaker than a mid-stage rebirth realm cultivator. If that was the case, then it would at least be equivalent to a late-stage rebirth realm cultivator. The higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it would be to increase one's strength. The ancient star body was a body refinement technique that every ancient star pavilion cultivator had the opportunity to learn. It was originally a supplementary cultivation technique that allowed the ancient star pavilion cultivators to more easily establish a connection with the stars and withstand the turbulence of the stars. A 9th rank ancient star pavilion cultivator could be compared to a late-stage rebirth realm cultivator. No matter where it was a top-notch cultivation technique. How is this possible? It's only been a few years. How did your ancient star body reach such a realm? Bai Xiaoqiu exclaimed in shock. The peak heavens mandate realm cultivators that came with Bai Qilong looked at each other. They put away their initial arrogance and looked at Ning Qi with a hint of fear in their eyes. If Ning Qi really had a 9th rank ancient star body, then it meant that his strength had far exceeded the limits of the heavens mandate realm and was at least comparable to a late-stage rebirth realm cultivator. Even if they worked together, they still wouldn't be a match for Ning Qi. Bai Qilong's expression became more serious. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of losing face, he would have chosen to distance himself from Ning Qi. It wasn't a wise choice to stand too close to a body refinement cultivator. This person's talent in body refinement is really terrifying. Wei Yu couldn't help but sigh. Ning Qi had only been in the ancient star pavilion for a few hundred years, but he had already refined his ancient star body to the 9th rank. As far as she knew, some geniuses in the 7 major star palaces, including the main branches, could refine their ancient star body to the 9th rank before reaching the 5th step. There were no more than 10 people who had refined their ancient star body to the 9th rank. As for the elders, the 7 major star palaces' palace masters, deputy palace masters, and undead realm elders, they had already refined their ancient star bodies to the 9th rank. However, they were all 5th step cultivators, while Ningqi was only at the heaven's mandate realm. He wasn't even at the rebirth realm. The 7th rank ancient star body is indeed nothing special, right? Ningqi slowly stood up and looked at Bai Qilong with a smile. Bai Qilong's face couldn't help but twitch a few times. He finally understood what Ningqi meant. Ningqi was clearly mocking him. The 7th rank ancient star body was trash compared to the 9th rank. Answer me, is the 7th rank ancient star body that special? Chapter 3662. After Bai Qilong said this, a complicated feeling of being publicly humiliated suddenly arose in his heart. He wanted to shout and call everyone to suppress Ningqi together. However, the words rank 9 ancient star body were too heavy. At the same time, Ningqi's terrifying aura made Bai Qilong lose the courage to resist. The other peak fate state warriors who had come with Bai Qilong regretted their decision. Bai Qilong had a 9th rank ancient star body, so there was no way they could defeat him. They could only admit defeat and apologize. However, after this incident, they wouldn't be able to return to the central capital. His status would definitely fall, and he would even incur the ridicule of some of his enemies. Since the rank 7 ancient star body is nothing, then destroy your own body, and this matter will be over for now. Ningqi smiled. Destroy my own body? Bai Qilong's expression suddenly changed. The cultivators present all revealed strange expressions. The reason why Bai Qilong was able to establish a force in the central capital with a large number of peak heaven's mandate realm cultivators was because he had a 7th rank ancient star body, and his combat power was much stronger than a peak heaven's mandate realm cultivator. However, Ningqi had asked Bai Qilong to destroy his own body. He wanted Bai Qilong to forcefully destroy his ancient star body, which would affect his cultivation to a certain extent. In the future, his status in the central capital would plummet, and his chances of finding the 9 reincarnation bridges would be even lower. Senior, Brother Ning, we're all cultivators of the ancient star pavilion. There's no need to go this far, right? Xiaoqiu tried to sow discord between us today. I'll go back and punish him so that he can no longer show himself in front of Senior Brother Ning. What do you think, Senior Brother Ning? Bai Qilong's expression changed, and he whispered. Bai Xiaoqiu's face turned pale, and he lowered his head, afraid that Ningqi would see the hatred in his eyes. Even his big brother had admitted defeat. With his strength, he didn't dare to say anything else. This was the only way to deal with this matter. As for whether he could appear in front of Ningqi in the future, it was hard to say. You're making so many excuses for such a small request. When you wanted to suppress me, didn't you consider our relationship as fellow disciples? It seems that I'm too soft-hearted. Ningqi sneered and suddenly thrust his palm. Wait. Bai Qilong cried out in alarm, and couldn't help but let out an extremely resentful roar in his heart. This matter can still be discussed. If Ningqi wanted him to destroy his own body, he would definitely choose to destroy his own body. The ancient star body would still exist in the future. He could temper himself, but if he lost his life, he would truly die. However, Ningqi did not give him a chance to bargain. As soon as he refused, Ningqi dealt a ruthless blow. He has long since decided to kill me. Just as Ningqi's palm was about to land on his head, Bai Qilong's last thought flashed through his mind. Bang! Bai Qilong's corporeal body was instantly smashed into a cloud of blood mist, which sprinkled on the faces of the group of cultivators he brought with him. Bai Xiaoqiu's face was the most stained with the blood mist, and his entire face had turned red. There was nothing but silence in the restaurant. Even the Fate State cultivators who opened the restaurant were dumbfounded. They hadn't come back to their senses yet. Who would directly kill someone just because of a disagreement? And they were all fellow disciples of the same sect? Most importantly, they were all at the peak of the fate state. How could they be killed in one move? Is the power of the rank 9 ancient star body really that strong? Many people murmured to themselves. Bai Qilong was dead. He was completely dead. In the ruins of reincarnation, once the physical body died, the immortal palace would collapse as well, and the wisp of primordial spirit within would be directly captured into the infinite worlds of reincarnation to be reincarnated. There would be no chance for it to reform its physical body. In the past, Tao-seeking state cultivators didn't need to form celestial palaces, so in that era all cultivators died. Later, the celestial palaces appeared, which greatly increased the lifespan of many cultivators. Unfortunately, they were killed in battle. They could also use the origin souls stored in the celestial palaces to form a new body, which was equivalent to finding a loophole in the reincarnation cycle. Naturally, such a loophole couldn't be used in the reincarnation cycle. Brother, Bai Xiaoqiu's eyes flashed with fear. He looked up at Ning Qi, then turned into a ray of light and was about to escape. Where do you think you're going? Ning Qi reached out, and Bai Xiaoqiu reappeared in the air. His neck was in Ning Qi's hand. Go to hell. Bai Xiaoqiu knew that Ning Qi wouldn't let him go so easily. It was very likely that he would end up like Bai Qilong. Therefore, he didn't say anything and immediately used his strongest art. A terrifying aura swept out from Bai Xiaoqiu's body. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly got up, intending to avoid being affected by the aftermath of the battle. As a result, just as their butts left their chairs, Bai Xiaoqiu's body exploded on the spot. Like Bai Qilong, he turned into a cloud of blood mist. When Wei Yu saw this, the way she looked at Ning Qi changed slightly. Most of her understanding of Ning Qi came from what she had heard from others. Now that she had seen Ning Qi's methods with her own eyes, she had a new understanding of Ning Qi's personality. Domineering. Decisive. He's a tough guy, Wei Yu murmured to herself. Sir, we were deceived by Bai Qilong. That's why we're here. Please show mercy. The cultivators at the peak of the fate state that Bai Qilong had brought with him immediately surrendered. Bai Xiaoqiu wasn't a match for Ning Qi, but even Bai Qilong was no match for Ning Qi. They didn't even dare to run. They would only be able to live if Ning Qi let them go. You might avenge Bai Qilong in the future. How can I show mercy? Ning Qi smiled. The cultivators at the peak of the fate state that Bai Qilong had brought with him broke out in a cold sweat. One of them quickly said, We will never avenge Bai Qilong. We're not that close to him. How about this? Leave behind your universe rings and leave the reincarnation ruins. Then we'll forget about this matter. Ning Qi said calmly. Well, the cultivators at the peak of the fate state looked at each other. They hesitated for a moment, then gritted their teeth and took off their interspatial rings. They placed them on the table in front of Ning Qi respectfully. Then they took a deep look at Ning Qi. Their bodies suddenly dispersed and turned into light spots. They disappeared in front of Ning Qi. They had left the reincarnation ruins and returned to the Shenluo realm. Chapter 3663. Senior Sister Wei, it's time to get down to business, right? Ning Qi looked at Wei Yu with a smile. Business? Wei Yu was startled, but she immediately responded with a smile, yes. None of the cultivators present tried to get close to them when the two left. If it was any other peak destiny state cultivator, they would definitely try to communicate with him or at least familiarize themselves with him. However, Ning Qi's strength far surpassed a peak destiny state cultivator's. In their eyes, he was comparable to a rebirth state cultivator. They didn't dare to say anything since they didn't know Ning Qi's temperament. You seem to know a lot about the ruins of reincarnation. Do you have any suggestions on how to find the bridge of reincarnation quickly and break through to the rebirth state? Ning Qi smiled. Find the bridge of reincarnation quickly? A bitter smile appeared on Wei Yu's face. She looked Ning Qi up and down, then said, "Junior brother Ning, you really don't know much about these common sense issues. Haven't any rebirth state cultivators explained it to you before?" "No." Ning Qi smiled. Wei Yu fell silent for a moment before she said, "We peak destiny state cultivators come to the reincarnation world, not because the bridge of reincarnation is in the reincarnation world, but because the imprints of our past lives are in the reincarnation world." "Imprints of past lives?" Ning Qi was startled. "Yes, the imprint of a past life. You can understand it as the traces left behind in the reincarnation process in our previous lives. Only by finding a trace of the imprint of a past life can you find the reincarnation bridge. There are 9 reincarnation bridges. The more imprints you find, the more reincarnation bridges you will see. The first to third bridges represent the initial stages of the rebirth state. The fourth to sixth bridges represent the intermediate stages of the rebirth state, and the seventh to eighth bridges represent the advanced stages of the rebirth state. The ninth represents the peak rebirth state. Wei Yu said someone once saw all 9 bridges of reincarnation at once and reached the peak rebirth state. Those people more or less obtain the memories of their past lives, which are extremely helpful to their cultivation. Wei Yu's eyes revealed a trace of envy when she spoke up to this point. "You're saying that the imprints of past lives are related to the bridges of reincarnation? The more imprints he found from his previous life, the more samsara bridges he would see? What kind of connection is there between the two?" Ning Qi's eyes became slightly strange. If he were to search for the imprints of his previous life, he had a fate-changing flower in his spatial bag. It was a spiritual item above the profound sage realm, and consuming it would allow him to recall his previous life. Even if the memories were not complete, it would still be more than what he could find in the ruins of reincarnation. Right? So does that make him? He could see 9 reincarnation bridges at once and directly reach the rebirth realm? The more Ning Qi thought about it, the more likely it seemed. However, he had to figure out what kind of connection existed between the imprint of his previous life and the reincarnation bridge, and what kind of thing the reincarnation bridge was. When we cultivators reach our current realm, regardless of whether we have a chance or not, we all want to walk the path of immortality, right? The reincarnation bridge was precisely the most crucial trial that led to the path of undying. It was similar to the immortal palace, both real and illusory. However, there was once a senior who said that the reincarnation bridge was formed by the traces of reincarnation after a person reincarnated in the myriad realms. When the master didn't come to find it, it was nothing. If the master found it, it would be able to lead the master to the path of undying. However, not everyone could succeed. Wei Yu smiled. This depends on the strength of the bridge of reincarnation. Some weak bridges of reincarnation, even if there are 9 of them, might not be able to resist the pressure of the road of undying when they are halfway there. They might collapse, and the road of undying would be severed from then on. That's why many cultivators would choose to cultivate a cultivation technique that allows them to reincarnate continuously. The more they reincarnate, the more imprints of their previous lives would be left behind. In one of their lives, it would be possible for them to easily cross the 9 reincarnation bridges and enter the path of undying. Then they might not be able to recover their previous life's memories, which is equivalent to dying. Cultivators who would choose such a cultivation technique are somewhat self-sacrificing. Ning Qi smiled faintly. That's not necessarily true. These kinds of cultivators usually leave behind many methods, and there will always be some who successfully recover their memories. However, they must have been forced to choose such a cultivation technique. We have no way of knowing these things. Wei Yu smiled and shook her head. Then her gaze fell on Ning Qi. "Junior brother Ning, your talent is so strong. You must have been a big shot in your previous life. Perhaps this time in the ruins of reincarnation, you can find all 9 reincarnation bridges in one go and directly step into the realm of rebirth. Perhaps. Perhaps. Ning Qi said noncommittally. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the gate of Central Capital City. Different from the giant cities in the outside world, Central Capital City didn't have any cultivators guarding the city. It was 30 feet tall and hundreds of feet wide. The majestic city gate was open without any concealment, allowing cultivators to enter as they pleased. However, there were many cultivators who returned, and only a few cultivators who left. Ning Qi noticed that the cultivators who returned to Central Capital City didn't look too good. Some of them even seemed to have injuries on their bodies. They seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. If they could find the 9 reincarnation bridges, they would basically choose to leave the myriad realms of reincarnation and return to the outside world. Those who returned to Central Capital City obviously failed. Wei Yu looked at the incomparably dark fog outside Central Capital City and said in a heavy voice, "What kind of danger is hidden in this fog?" Ning Qi was a little curious. "It's hard to say." Wei Yu shook her head. "Who has a mysterious Yin-level healing spirit herb?" A burly man suddenly rushed into Central Capital City from the fog. He seemed to be seriously injured and couldn't maintain his balance. He even rolled a few times on the ground. Ning Qi saw another figure in his arms. It was a female cultivator. Her face was pale, and her right shoulder had been cut open. Half of her body was gone. Judging from the wound, it seemed that her flesh had been torn away by some kind of existence. "I have it, but the price is higher. 50 million origin stones, or a 5th grade innate spirit treasure." "I have it too, but you have to exchange it with spirit herbs of the same level." Many heavens mandate realm cultivators spoke, but the price they offered was far higher than the market price. In the outside world, there are other ways to obtain spirit herbs, but in the ruins of reincarnation, you can only get 1 or 2 of them by going deep into the fog. Therefore, healing spirit herbs are especially expensive here. Mysterious Yin-level healing herbs can be bought at a very high price. Mysterious Yin-level healing herbs can be bought for a few million origin stones in the outside world. Chapter 36-64. I have 30 million origin stones and a 5th rank broken connate spirit treasure. I'll trade for any herb of the mysterious Yin rank, regardless of its rank or age. The strong man looked around anxiously while holding the heavily injured woman. The Fate State cultivators nearby shook their heads and left. Healing herbs could save lives in the reincarnation of realms. They wouldn't trade for it at such a price. When the brawny man saw this, a look of despair appeared in his eyes. 30 million origin essence stones and a broken 5th stage primordial spirit treasure. With these 2 things together, I can give you a mysterious Yin-level spirit recovering flower. It will be of some help to your Tao companion's injuries, but it can only keep her alive. I can't guarantee that it will work because of the evil aura left on her body. A middle-aged cultivator with a rather old face walked in front of the brawny man. He glanced at the injuries of the female cultivator in his arms and spoke with some hesitation. "The soul-restoring flower is worth 500,000 origin stones at most. It's a mysterious Yin rank herb, but it's not very effective in healing." Wei Yu shook her head with a smile. "The soul-restoring flower can't save her," the strong man said after a moment of silence. "Then there's nothing I can do." The middle-aged cultivator smiled and left. After hesitating for a moment, the burly man seemed to have made up his mind, his eyes suddenly sweeping over the crowd like a sharp sword. "We found a place outside of the central capital this time. There may be many traces of our past lives left there. Who can save my wife? Who can save my wife and tell me the exact location?" Whoosh! Whoosh! No matter if it was those who were walking or those who had already turned to leave, all of them stopped and looked at the robust man. Even Ning Qi and Wei Yu revealed a trace of interest in their eyes. Wei Yu once said that many people's traces of previous lives were in the reincarnation of realms. No one knew where they were. They might be able to find them when they left the central capital, or they might not be able to find them even if they stayed there for hundreds of years. However, the situation described by the burly man was a little different. He pointed out that there might be traces of previous lives left in a place. It might be due to some interference that the traces of previous lives hidden in the void were revealed. It was very attractive to cultivators who hadn't found the 9 reincarnation bridges yet. But who could guarantee that there were no traces of their previous lives here? Are you telling the truth? I know you. You're Zhou Zhang, a cultivator from the profound heaven sect of the human race. If you dare to use this method to deceive us, you won't be able to live for long, even if you leave the ruins of samsara. If it's true, I can make a deal with you. 30 million origin stone, plus your information. I can give you a sacred body dan. Amongst the profound level pills, its healing effect can also be ranked in the top 10. Many cultivators gathered around, and while confirming the authenticity of the news, they also offered their own prices. Even Wei Yu took out a healing pill, intending to obtain the location of the place the other party was talking about. My wife's injuries were caused by the evil spirits when we were exploring this place. We paid a huge price, so I'll exchange my information for healing items. No more origin essence stones or connate spirit treasures. Zhou Zhang shook his head and rejected the offers from many cultivators. We can't even confirm the authenticity of your information. If you lied to us, won't you suffer a great loss? You need to offer at least 30 million origin essence stones or that damaged 5th grade connate spirit treasure for the deal. Zhou Zhang, your wife's injuries won't last much longer. These evil spirits are different from us, cultivators. They live in the reincarnation cycle all year round and are formed by cultivators who have lost the right to reincarnate. If you don't take advantage of the injuries they cause, you need to recover as soon as possible. If you delay any longer, your cultivation partner will also be turned into an evil spirit. This information is definitely worth more than this. If you continue to lower the price, I'll leave the ruins of samsara with her. The profound heaven sect isn't so bad that it can't even offer a profound level healing item. Zhou Zhang sneered. From the initial passive position, he gradually took the initiative. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other. In the end, they couldn't resist the attraction of the place Zhou Zhang mentioned, so they all gave in. Wei Yu was one of them. In a short period of time, Zhou Zhang used this information to exchange for dozens of healing items. Some cultivators also wanted to exchange for it, but they were unwilling or they were short of money. After Zhou Zhang finished his transaction with the dozens of cultivators, the other cultivators approached them. Zhou Zhang planned to use a lower price to exchange for information. After exchanging for healing items, Zhou Zhang immediately used them on his cultivation partner. The female cultivator's injuries gradually began to recover. Junior brother Ning, you're stronger than me, so I'll be in charge of exchanging for this information. How about we go and take a look together? The evil spirit there might be stronger than the fate realm, or else Zhou Zhang's cultivation partner wouldn't be so seriously injured. As far as I know, the profound heaven sect is only 1 level weaker than the ancient star pavilion, and its sect master is also a great emperor. Wei Yu smiled at Ning Qi. Some cultivators came up to talk to Wei Yu, wanting to exchange for information at a lower price, but Wei Yu refused. Even the other cultivators didn't exchange for information. They cautiously looked at the cultivators who had exchanged for information and quickly walked out of the central capital. At the gate of the central capital, it was obvious that they were planning to be the first to go to the place that Zhou Zhang had mentioned and see if they could find their own 9 reincarnation bridges. That's fine. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Then, he left the central capital with Wei Yu. He had his own plans. If he didn't find anything this time, he could try the effect of the fate-changing flower. If he used it in the outside world, it might only restore some of his memories. But if he used it in the reincarnation realm, maybe he could find his 9 reincarnation bridges? Is this the reincarnation realm? Ningqi looked around. Everywhere was covered in black fog, but there were some places that were covered in fog. Apart from that, he could only see up close. The place he was at seemed to be desolate. There wasn't even a blade of grass to be seen. The ground was grayish-brown, like a forbidden zone where no life had ever existed. This reminded Ningqi of a place. Chapter 3665. Junior Brother Ning, be careful. As soon as you leave the city, those special existences will attack you at any time. Wei Yu cautiously observed the surroundings while reminding Ning. The evil spirits that Zhou Zheng mentioned. Ningqi's eyes flickered. There are hundreds and thousands of names for these existences. Evil spirits are just one of them because they don't have a specific name and no Emperor Realm cultivator has said what kind of living beings they are. So these names are basically given by the major races. Most humans like to call them evil spirits, evil ghosts, and evil demons. Wei Yu explained. How strong are these kinds of evil spirits? Ningqi asked. Compared to evil spirits, he preferred to call them evil demons. Just like us cultivators, there are weak and strong ones. The weak ones can be easily killed by complete Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivators, while the strong ones might not even be a match for Rebirth Realm cultivators. For us, encountering such evil spirits is basically certain death. However, these kinds of evil spirits often appear near the other big cities. They are rarely seen in our central capital. The evil spirit that Zhou Zheng met was probably only slightly stronger than Bai Qilong. Wei Yu said. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I've only heard of those cities. They are extremely far from the central capital city, and very few cultivators can travel from the central capital city to those cities. I heard that the cultivators in those cities are all from the primordial lands. The immemorial land, Ningqi nodded. It seems that the strength of the evil spirits is related to the strength of the cultivators in the big cities. The cultivators in the immemorial land are indeed very strong. He thought of Senior Sister Cece and the others. They came from the immemorial land and their lifespans were less than 100 years. What did that mean? Ningqi had been in the Shenluo world for a few hundred years. When Ningqi entered the immemorial star pavilion, they weren't even born yet. Then Ningqi went into seclusion, and those guys accomplished something that most people couldn't do in their entire lives. From birth to the rebirth realm. It took them less than 100 years. Sometimes Ningqi even suspected that those guys were the ones who transmigrated here. But in the end, they were still suppressed by Ningqi one by one. They couldn't even protect their immortal palaces and died completely. They were directly thrown into the reincarnation cycle of the infinite worlds to be reincarnated. Ningqi judged that such geniuses weren't rare in the primeval land, but they definitely wouldn't appear in ordinary forces. The backing behind Senior Sister Cece and the others might not be comparable to the Holy Assembly in the primeval land, but it wouldn't be much inferior. Got it. Suddenly, a bright gleam flashed in Ningqi's eyes. His body moved 2 feet away, soundlessly, and he even pulled Wei Yu along with him. Before Wei Yu could react, a loud bang was heard, and a huge sword fell from the sky, landing at the place where both of them were just a moment ago. On the platform, the huge sword was 3 meters wide and 4 to 5 meters long. It was like a building that stood in front of the two of them. Not a demon. Wei Yu was slightly taken aback. Then her expression darkened. Before she came to the infinite realms of reincarnation, a House Wei disciple had warned her that aside from the evil spirits, she also had to be careful of another type of person. That was someone like her who was searching here. Destiny realm cultivators of the 9 bridges of reincarnation. The ruins of reincarnation was a chaotic place. Not every cultivator followed the rules and behaved themselves, especially some demonic sections. Their cultivators would be even more savage in the ruins of reincarnation. Furthermore, some cultivators who originally belonged to the righteous path were late. In addition, some cultivators who originally belonged to the righteous path would temporarily become bandits because they couldn't find the 9 bridges of reincarnation and were willing to leave the ruins of reincarnation. Their cultivation resources were about to be depleted, so they would temporarily become bandits and kill others to obtain cultivation resources. You reacted pretty quickly. I'll let you off this time. A voice came from the mist in the distance. Then, the huge sword rose into the air. Clearly, its original owner had summoned it back. Perhaps the person who'd attacked had seen Ningqi's reaction and felt that Ningqi wasn't easy to deal with, so he hadn't planned on showing himself. You're going to run after just 1 hit. Ningqi smiled and stretched out his hand to grab the giant sword, which was at least a grade 5 directly. Then, a muffled groan came from not far away. The huge sword trembled violently in Ningqi's hand, trying to break free from his grasp. However, its enormous size clearly wasn't useful at a time like this. Compared to Ningqi's strength, it was at least a 6th or 7th grade Khanate numinous treasure. We admit defeat this time. Let go of my Khanate numinous treasure. If we see you again in the future, we'll take a detour. The huge sword's owner's voice was a little grim. At the same time, Ningqi and Wei Yu felt 7 or 8 similar forces rise up and surround the two of them. You won't have the chance to see us again in the future. Ningqi smiled. What? The other party seemed to be stunned. Then, Wei Yu saw Ningqi disappear on the spot with a huge sword in hand. A few breaths later, several cries of pain came from within the mist. When Ningqi reappeared, the huge sword was already stained with blood. At the same time, the huge sword no longer fought back. Instead, it trembled in fear. He killed a group of people with their Khanate numinous treasure. Wei Yu couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. She had never seen such a method of fighting before. She couldn't help but feel happy about the power of the ancient star body because she was also a cultivator of the ancient star pavilion and cultivated the ancient star body. Not long after this little interlude, just as Ningqi and Wei Yu were hurrying on their way, a black shadow suddenly flew out of thin air and landed on Wei Yu's body. It began to tear at her. Wei Yu was caught off guard, and a large piece of flesh was bitten off her neck. Just as Wei Yu was about to counterattack, the black shadow disappeared. This process was very fast, so fast that Ningqi didn't even have time to counterattack. The black shadow disappeared with Wei Yu's flesh and blood without leaving any aura. Damn it! Wei Yu frowned and cursed in a low voice. She then took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. The wound on her neck began to gradually heal. 10 breaths later, there was only a trace of blood left on Wei Yu's neck. The wound could no longer be seen. However, her complexion was a bit pale. That was an evil devil. Ningqi asked. Yes, it's a type of evil devil. This kind of evil devil is called a shadow escape devil or shadow escape spirit. It attacks without a sound, making it difficult for people to react. Fortunately, shadow escape devils aren't very strong, but it's quite troublesome to be targeted by them. Before I came here, someone warned me to be careful of this type of evil devil. I didn't expect to encounter them so soon. Them? Are you saying that these guys are in a group? Ningqi's eyes lit up and his blood filled his body. That's right. After they target their target, they will eat their target's flesh and blood before looking for their next target. Right now, their target is obviously me. Wei Yu bitterly smiled. Chapter 3666. You can actually detect the movement of the shadow demons. Wei Yu looked at Ningqi in surprise. Her plan was to wait for the shadow demons to appear. Then the two of them would join forces and kill them all. She did not expect that Ningqi could kill the shadow demons with one punch before their attacks landed. This kind of perception, even a rebirth state cultivator would not be able to achieve. Focus, they are coming, Ningqi said calmly. Wei Yu's heart trembled slightly, and she quickly looked around. Just now, the shadow demons appeared one after another, but after a few breaths, they disappeared into the fog, obviously preparing to launch a surprise attack. Bang! Ning Qi punched again. She, a shadow evasion devil, held miserably and was instantly turned into ashes. The next moment, all the shadow demons gave up on the surprise attack method and flew out from the fog like rain, instantly enveloping the two of them. About the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Wei Yu looked left and right, covered in blood, and finally let out a sigh of relief. This group of shadow demons should be dead. We may not encounter any more shadow demons on the road. Then she looked at Ning Qi and saw that there were no signs of battle on Ning Qi. Not even his hair was messed up. She could not help but feel a little envious. The difference in strength between her and Ning Qi could be seen from this. Let's go. Ning Qi smiled. In the blink of an eye, 1 month passed by. During this month, Ning Qi and Wei Yu had encountered 7 waves of attacks from demons and 3 waves of cultivators. If not for Ning Qi, Wei Yu might have been seriously injured and returned to the central capital. Under the situation where Ning Qi attacked, these 10 waves of attacks did not slow down the two of them much. Zhou Zheng's position is here. Wei Yu took out a jade scroll. On the jade scroll was a faint red light spot. Other than that, there was also a green light spot, representing Wei Yu's position. Right now, the green light spot and the red light spot were less than 100 feet apart. Yes, the evil demons here only injured Zhou Zheng's Dao companion, but did not manage to stop them. Their strength should not have reached the level of the rebirth state. Junior Ning, with you here, we will not be in any danger, right? Wei Yu looked at Ning Qi. The hidden meaning in her words was for Ning Qi to take care of her, lest danger befell her and she died here. Senior Sister Wei, the reincarnation of the myriad realms is unfathomable. If we encounter an ordinary evil spirit, I will naturally lend a helping hand. If we encounter an evil spirit that even I can't defeat, we should pray for our own good luck. Ning Qi laughed. Of course. Wei Yu smiled and nodded. When the green dot of light on the jade slip completely merged with the red dot of light, a huge black palace appeared in front of the two of them. There was no fog around it. This palace occupied a very large area. At a glance, one could not see the end of it. The endless number of buildings gave off a kind of deathly stillness. 2 more. A dozen Fate State cultivators were standing in groups of 2 or 3 in front of the Black Palace. They were the cultivators who had exchanged coordinates with Zhou Zheng. Some of them had probably encountered something on the way and were delayed or died on the way. Since this group of cultivators had arrived earlier than Ning Qi and the others, it meant that they had encountered very few attacks along the way. The mark of the past life that Zhou Zheng mentioned is probably in the palace. Why don't we join forces and go take a look? If anyone's previous life's imprint is inside, everyone, please help protect them and let them open the 9 reincarnation bridges. If you find some spiritual objects, please help me. If there is a mark of the past life inside, we can share it equally. A young cultivator glanced at the crowd and said slowly. His eyes lingered on Ning Qi and Wei Yu for a few seconds. Because the two of them looked unfamiliar, they were obviously cultivators who had just arrived in the central capital from the outside world. There was no need to be afraid of such cultivators. Qin Haiyang, I have no problem with that. But if we really find the treasure, there will naturally be people who will try to snatch it. Can you guarantee that they won't be tempted by the treasure? That's right. I think we should each go our separate ways. We can make a blood oath to the heavens. Today is the only day we will advance and retreat together. Qin Haiyang said loudly. Today that works too. Sure, today is the only day. After today, everyone will rely on their own abilities. Everyone present nodded. If there was anything inside, they would be able to find it today. After today, everyone would probably be able to leave. Therefore, Qin Haiyang's proposal received the approval of most people. You two go together. Qin Haiyang glanced at Ning Qi and Wei Yu. Wei Yu smiled at Ning Qi and said, Junior brother Ning, Shall we also make a blood oath to the heavens? No. Ning Qi smiled. Then we won't. Wei Yu nodded. Chen Haiyang frowned slightly. The rest of the cultivators also looked at the two of them, their eyes revealing a faint trace of killing intent. It's fine if you don't make a blood oath to the heavens. You can leave, Chen Haiyang said lightly. It's fine if you don't leave, you can stay here. A rat-headed cultivator with a human body and a rat's head snickered, the mustache on the side of his mouth twitching. You come? Ning Qi glanced at Wei Yu and said with a faint smile. Wei Yu was slightly startled. Then she smiled and nodded. She hooked her finger at the rat-headed cultivator. If you want us to stay here, you have to show some strength. Rat spirit, come out and fight me. She knew why Ning Qi wanted her to fight. If she didn't show some strength, Ning Qi would probably kick her away in the following exploration. The newcomer is very arrogant. Huh? Which human force are you from? The rat spirit grinned and took a few steps forward. Core disciple of the ancient star pavilion, Wei Yu. Wei Yu said lightly. Ancient star pavilion. This surname. Could it be from the Wei family? It's very likely. No wonder she's not afraid at all. She's from the ancient star pavilion and the Wei family. She must have a lot of trump cards. I'm afraid this rat is in trouble. Everyone looked at each other and their gazes became slightly serious. Chun Haiyang seemed to be a bit surprised by Wei Yu's background. After learning that she was from the Wei family, his gaze fell on Ning Qi, as if he wanted to see what kind of background Ning Qi had. So you're a disciple of the human emperor family, the Wei family. The rat spirit's expression changed slightly. After glancing at Wei Yu a few times, he suddenly looked at Ning Qi. You come out. The human emperor family has helped me before. I won't fight with them. This rat doesn't want any face at all. How many essence stones can face be worth? My life is more important. It's better to be careful in the ruins of reincarnation. Chun Haiyang said lightly. Junior brother Ning, look! Wei Yu looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Then I'll go first. Ning Qi nodded with a smile and looked at the rat spirit. Are you sure you want to fight me first? Chapter 3667. Ning Qi's expression turned slightly cold, and then he laughed. With every step he took, the blood in his body surged several times. After a few steps, the rat demon stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. The other cultivators were also shocked by Ning Qi's blood qi. Is he really at the peak of the heavens mandate realm? It was rare to see such blood qi in someone at the rebirth state. His blood qi was terrifying. You're also from the ancient star pavilion. The rat spirit stared at Ning Qi with widened eyes and stammered. Yes. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Is this the ancient star body? What rank? The rat demon swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Junior brother Ning has already refined the ancient star body to the 9th rank. Even in the ancient star pavilion, only the chief disciples of the 7 major star palaces can compare to him. Wei Yu smiled. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although some of them were from foreign races, they had heard of the ancient star pavilion's prestige. Which of the chief disciples wasn't an undead state expert? Rank 9 of the ancient star body was equivalent to a rebirth, realm body, refinement, cultivator. Moreover, he wouldn't be weak among the rebirth state cultivators. I'm not fighting you. My opponent is her. The rat demon immediately turned around and pointed at Wei Yu. What a joke. You can fight whoever you want? Do you really think this is your business? Ning Qi scolded. I'll give you a chance. If you can take one punch from me, I won't kill you. If you can't, you'll die here. Brother Qin, what do you think? The rat demon looked at Chun Haiyang. Ning Qi's blood qi was like a blazing red sun. The rat demon knew that he was no match for Ning Qi. He felt that he might not even be able to take one punch from Ning Qi, so he didn't want to take the risk. You too, there might be some misunderstanding between us, but it's not a big deal. It's just a verbal conflict. Why don't you give me some face and let this matter go? It doesn't matter if you two don't want to make a heavenly Tao blood oath. Let's rely on our own abilities. Chen Haiyang smiled and cupped his hands at Ning Qi. A conflict of words? Ning Qi smiled and said, "You must have lived for a long time to reach the peak of the fate state. Haven't you heard that you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want? If I say that I want to kill your entire family, is that considered a verbal conflict?" Chen Haiyang was slightly stunned. Then his expression turned a little ugly. He said in a low voice, "One should forgive when possible. We're all in the ruins of reincarnation. Of course, if you keep talking, you'll have to come out and fight with me," Ning Qi said lightly. Chen Haiyang immediately swallowed his next words. He looked at the rat spirit, then at Ning Qi, and then shook his head. "Forget it. I don't care about this anymore. Brother Qin, the heavenly law blood oath was proposed by you. How can you ignore it?" The rat demon sucked in a breath of cold air. The other party had given up on him just like that? After all, the two of them had stayed in the central capital for hundreds of years and had a good friendship. Seeing that Chen Haiyang didn't even dare to look him in the eye, the rat spirit looked at the others. The others very tacitly took a step back and looked elsewhere. They didn't look at the rat spirit, but there was a trace of pity in their eyes. "You guys are so cruel." The rat spirit couldn't help but curse. Then he looked at Ning Qi with a pleading expression. "Your Excellency, I'm willing to pay 20 million origin stones in exchange for my life. Your life isn't worth that much." Ning Qi smiled. "All right then, 30 million it is." The rat spirit nodded. In the next moment, his body suddenly dissipated and a sinister smile appeared on his face. "You dog, I'll leave the ruins of reincarnation. Wait until I go to the outside world. I'll settle the score with you for today. I don't believe that I'll leave. What can you do to me in the ruins of reincarnation? Ha ha ha." Everyone was slightly stunned. They didn't expect the rat spirit to be so decisive. He left the ruins of reincarnation before he reached the rebirth state. Who knew how long it would be before he could enter again? Moreover, Ning Qi had clearly just entered the ruins of reincarnation. If the rat spirit didn't want to die in the ruins of reincarnation, he would at least have to wait until Ning Qi reached the rebirth state before he dared to enter this place. Without a word, Ning Qi directly took out the grade 8 demon refining gourd. A gust of black smoke swept out and instantly enveloped the rat spirit. The rat spirit revealed a trace of astonishment. What? In the next moment, the black smoke brought the rat spirit back into the demon refining gourd. Grade 8 innate spiritual treasure. Is this the demon clan's demon refining gourd? Could he be Jiang Tian Shu of the ancient star pavilion's Alcade Star Palace? Impossible. He's already an undead realm cultivator. Why would he appear in the central capital? Everyone trembled and looked at Ning Qi with a look of horror. So it's senior brother Jiang Tianshu. I, Chen Haiyang, have eyes but failed to see. Please forgive me, senior brother Jiang. Chen Haiyang's expression became extremely solemn as he respectfully cupped his hands. An undead realm expert and the grade 8 demon refining gourd could kill them all in one move. If the rat spirit was sucked in by the demon refining gourd, he would definitely die without a complete corpse. The rest of the people also cupped their hands with pale faces, secretly rejoicing that they didn't stand up for Jiang Tianshu. Wei Yu was a disciple of a great emperor family. Those who could be with her should naturally be disciples of one of the 4 great emperor families. Not to mention the ancient star pavilion's famous Alcade Star Palace's chief disciple, Jiang Tianshu, who said, "I'm Jiang Tianshu." Ning Qi didn't put away the demon refining gourd and let it spin above everyone's heads. The grade 8 aura emitted from the demon refining gourd made Chen Haiyang and the others almost unable to breathe. This was because Ning Qi's cultivation wasn't high enough. If Ning Qi was a fifth-step cultivator, he could directly kill these Heaven's Mandate realm cultivators with just the aura of the demon refining gourd. You're not Jiang Tianshu? Chun Haiyang's body trembled as he looked at Ning Qi in shock. If he wasn't Jiang Tianshu, how could he have the grade 8 demon refining gourd? Could it be that the grade 8 demon refining gourd was so worthless that Jiang Tianshu took one and the Immemorial Star Pavilion had another? But according to the grapevine, the origin of Jiang Tianshu's demon refining gourd was unknown, and it had a lot to do with a big shot of the demon clan in the Tyli land. Or was this demon refining gourd lent to this person by Jiang Tianshu? Thinking of this, Chun Haiyang and the others didn't dare to relax. Even if this person wasn't Jiang Tianshu, he was most likely someone close to Jiang Tianshu. Ning Qi smiled and suddenly put away the demon refining gourd. He called out to Wei Yu and walked toward the Black Palace. Chun Haiyang and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and their breathing became smooth again. They looked at the back of the two with some fear. It wasn't until the two entered the Black Palace that someone asked in a low voice, "Chun Haiyang, are we going in?" Chapter 3668. Senior Marshal Sister Wei, how do you think this Black Palace appeared? Did it exist in the ruins of reincarnation? Or did someone live here before? After entering the palace, Ning Qi adjusted his qi and blood to sense danger as he looked around. Someone obviously lived here before, which is why such a huge palace was built here. However, the person who lived here might have found what he needed in the infinite realms of reincarnation and left this place. Wei Yu hesitated before saying, "There doesn't seem to be any imprints left behind like what Zhou Zheng said." Ning Qi smiled and looked at the hall not far away. The imprints might be in this hall, but it's also possible that the demon Zhou Zheng encountered is hiding inside. Wei Yu said softly, "We'll know once we go in." Ning Qi smiled. Wei Yu took a deep breath and nodded. After Chun Haiyang and the others entered the Black Palace, they happened to see Ning Qi and Wei Yu entering the hall not far away. They looked at each other and immediately followed. No wonder Zhou Zheng said there are many imprints left behind here. After Wei Yu entered the main hall, she gasped inwardly. She looked around in shock. On the walls of the hall, illusion-like images flashed past. The images seemed to be fragments of someone's memory. There are at least 100 imprints of people's previous lives. Ning Qi's expression was slightly solemn. With just a glance, he could tell that these images didn't belong to one person, but to at least 100 cultivators. These cultivators all came from different races, and among them there were only 3 to 5 imprints that belonged to the previous life of the human race. If the owners of these imprints come here, they can open the 9 bridges of reincarnation directly. Wei Yu sighed softly. She and Ning Qi stood there for a long time, but there were no strange phenomena. This meant that there were no imprints of their previous lives among the imprints. Not long after, Chun Haiyang and the others also entered the hall. They were also shocked by the previous life imprints on the walls. One of them suddenly had his eyes turn white as he stared blankly at one of the walls. The imprint on that wall was that of a foreign cultivator. The imprint of his previous life seemed to be from a very long time ago, and the cultivator with white eyes was a human cultivator. Soon, even Ning Qi and Wei Yu noticed the cultivator's abnormality, and their eyes could not help but shine. He found the mark of his previous life? A huge question mark rose in everyone's heart. Their faces were filled with bewilderment, shock, disbelief, envy, and jealousy. Whoa! A strange sound suddenly came from the corner of the hall. At the same time, Ning Qi's blood and qi in a certain part of his body suddenly moved, and he immediately looked toward the ceiling in the corner of the hall. In that corner, there was a black figure with all 4 limbs clinging to the ceiling. His blood-red eyes were quietly staring at the crowd. Demon! Wei Yu was shocked. Qian Haiyang and the others also became vigilant. This evil spirit's arms were extremely large, but its lower limbs were pitifully small. Its blood-red eyes did not contain the slightest bit of emotion. Other than that, its aura was what made everyone vigilant. This evil spirit's aura far exceeded that of an ordinary heaven. It was at the perfected life realm, and Zhou Zheng's Tao companion was most likely injured by it. That damned bastard. I thought he was attacked by the demon halfway. I didn't expect the demon to be hiding in this palace. Is he planning to kill us? A cultivator couldn't help but curse. His voice completely triggered the demon. It let out a strange cry and climbed above everyone's heads at an extremely fast speed. It then turned into a ray of black light and pounced on the cultivator, whose eyes had turned white. Everyone subconsciously dodged. No one was going to help the cultivator, who seemed to have found the mark of his previous life. He stood there in a daze, unaware of the approaching danger. Just as the devil's sharp claws were about to tear the cultivator's head apart, a flying sword pierced through the devil's head. The devil let out a miserable howl before disappearing into thin air. The flying sword circled in the air, then flew into the hand of a young man who had just entered the hall. The young man was followed by at least 30 Fate State cultivators. 7th grade Khanate spiritual treasure. Qian Haiyang and the others gasped. They had just seen the demon purification gourd, an 8th grade Khanate spiritual treasure, and now a 7th grade flying sword. Were Fate State cultivators supposed to have a 7th grade or 8th grade Khanate spiritual treasure? Was it? I didn't expect you to find the place left behind by Master Qin. The young man glanced at everyone and said calmly, Master Qin? Could this place have been left behind by a certain master of the sect? Everyone was shocked, but they didn't completely believe him. They looked at the young man suspiciously. His intentions were obvious if he said that as soon as he entered, Everyone, if you don't have the mark of your previous life here, please leave. This is not a place where you should stay. The young man said calmly, Just because this hall doesn't have it doesn't mean that there aren't any other places. There's no name here. Why should we leave? A cultivator next to Qian Haiyang frowned. Haven't I made myself clear enough? The young man frowned slightly and glanced at the cultivator. This is the cave abode left behind by Grand Master Chen of the Mountain Sect. Back then, he was enlightened on the great Tao in the reincarnation of the infinite realms and reached the Emperor realm. After that, he left this cave abode for the Mountain Sect. It's already unreasonable for you to come here without asking for permission. If you insist on staying here, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Mountain Sect? Everyone searched their minds, but they didn't seem to have heard of this sect. However, their master was a great emperor, so this sect shouldn't be unknown. Perhaps the Mountain Sect wasn't a sect from Tai Li or Tai Chu. Thinking of this, Qian Haiyang suddenly asked, May I ask where the Mountain Sect is from? Immemorial, the young man said calmly. As expected, Qian Haiyang was slightly shocked and looked at Ning Qi and Wei Yu hesitantly. Tai Chu and Tai Li couldn't afford to offend the cultivators from the immemorial land. Everyone knew that it was the center of the Shenlua world, and there were countless experts there. A powerful sect like the Immemorial Star Pavilion could only be considered an ordinary one in the immemorial land. It was just a second-rate sect and couldn't be compared to those top sects. If we're sure that there's nothing we're looking for here, we will naturally leave. Ning Qi smiled. Qian Haiyang and the rest immediately calmed down.